So, good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day to gather. Did anyone notice it's already the 1st of December? That's right. Just like that, we're in the home stretch, the last month of the year. Um, Dindo thinks I'm doing him a favor by hosting this event, but actually, I feel quite pleased to be asked to host today's dialogue because, to be completely frank, this issue has been overshadowed by other domestic political issues in the last couple of months. So I thought it was important to be here today. So this is Eyes on the Sea, community-based maritime monitoring and reporting in the West Philippine Sea. My name is Regina Lay. I'm the business editor as well as a news anchor on One News and also a fellow at the East West Center in Hawaii. On behalf of the Strat-Based Institute, thank you so much for joining us today as we bring together leaders from government, the diplomatic corps, academia, civil society, our fisherfolk communities, of course, and our friends from the media. The West Philippines Sea sustains the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of Filipino fishermen and play a vital role in our national environmental pressures, unilateral. So today's forum is going to place the spotlight on those who live closest to these waters, our coastal communities, and examine how their knowledge, their networks, and on the ground efforts strengthen maritime domain awareness and national resilience. So throughout the day, we're going to hear expert insights on community-based monitoring, developments in maritime security, social and resource protection, as well as regional cooperation. And most importantly, we will explore how empowering communities can help safeguard both our marine resources and our sovereign rights. So before I kick off the official part of the program, I need to make special mention of some special people that we have with us today. We've got representatives, of course, from the diplomatic corps, from the US, Japan, France, Greece, and Vietnam. Uh, from the government, we have Rear Admiral Teotimo Borja. Where are you, sir? Good morning. And of course, the indefatigable Commodore J. Tariela. We have representatives from the Armed Forces of the Philippines, of course. A special mention to Brigadier General Ronnie Petinglay. Where are you, sir? Good morning. He flew all the way here from Palawan to be with us today. So it is a special honor. Thank you. Brigadier General is from the Western Command. And of course, Vice Admiral Alexander Pama. Good morning, sir. We also have a delegation from the academe and the CSOs from the, let me see if I can do this, Université Catholique de Louis in France. Passable? Yes. Thank you. You're very generous. Okay, so to officially open today's discussions and set the tone for our conversations on strengthening community-driven maritime governance, I'm now going to invite Professor Victor Andres Dindo Manhit, President of the Strat-Based Institute, to deliver the opening remarks. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Regine. Uh, Allow me to share some thoughts on what we are doing this morning and until this afternoon. A few months back, in one of our initiatives, and we had the Department of Environment and Natural Resources as our partner. They spoke of the Philippines, and I always say we are an archipelagic nation, but they added to us the word, we are a mega diverse country. I think this was early part of this year. I wanted to share this because it's December. We normally take a break on December, But for Prof. Nigel and his team, we will always say yes. That's why we're here. And I'm flying out in a day or two for some speaking engagement outside. But this image shared by, I think, Undersecretary David, CP David, we call him CP because he came from StratBase. He started our environmental program in 2013, and he still sits as a board of trustee. Reminded me why then our chairman in 2013 January filed a case uh, against China and won that case 3 years after. People think it's simply about defending our maritime rights, protecting our territorial integrity, but there were 15 arguments that we won out of 16. And I remember the tribunal saying China's island building activities have caused devastating and long lasting damage to the marine environment. Because that was one of our arguments. To the point that our chairman, I think, filed a case in the International Criminal Court against Xi Jinping. And he was banned in Hong Kong, even stopped in immigration, considering he sits in the board in one of the biggest corporations in Hong Kong, an investment firm. But we remain really steadfast here in what we do. And when you look at this data, we run this data. I might cover it up too big. We do this every year since 2000. We do this every year since 2013. There's a strong constituency among Filipinos that really would like us to assert our rights. No? It's quite sad that this past 2 years, and this is one of our advocacies also about fighting disinformation, we see an uptick in Mindanao of disagreement, which we did not in the past. Maybe it's part of the United Front challenges that we face. But we want just to remind everyone, across geographic area, across demographic area of the Philippines, we stand as one. It has never gone down. We first ran it 70% said. This was January 2013. We even hit 89% June 2022, right after the election, because they wanted the new president to stand firm. And he did. And we're so happy with the position. Even in an international level, our president spoke of how we have on our side the 1982 UNCLOS and the binding 2016 arbitral award. And we will not allow anyone to detach it from the totality of the maritime domain that tenders our nation as a whole. We want to say this, and we will repeat and say this. No, not only in forums like this, but even in social media, where the actual battle is happening against disinformation in our country. Just an aside, 76% of Filipinos watch their news, read their news online, and that's quite dangerous. Facebook and YouTube, American companies. Quite sad. Something that was meant to bring us together is dividing our country, but not on the West Philippine Sea issue. I wanted to share this because the 2016 arbitral award allowed us to define our maritime zones, our archipelagic sea lanes. And I like to point out the fact this was an initiative right after we won in 2016. But a certain administration, who's now headquartered in The Hague or in Davao City, prevented us. They even stopped us again in the first few years. But it took the leadership of our president, the leadership of both houses of Congress that are quite unpopular now on other issues, but they stood firm and decided to define it. We are not claiming South China Sea. When we defined the West Philippine Sea, again, based on international rules, based after 2016, based on what we want. But of course, this is what we get. Continuous incidents. We've been asked, I think our friends from government, our friends from the security sector, have always been asked, does it work? So what's next? You have done everything, but China remains the same. But I always would share, but China will remain the same because they have their own national interest. And they define their national interest, especially under the Xi Jinping era, as one of domination. Domination, especially by 2049, the so called China Dream. So, why will we adjust based on their interests? And our interest, I think, has to be to defend what is ours. We protect our seas, no? We protect our archipelagic sea lanes, our archipelagic uh, nation. And we thank the Coast Guard for flagging these numbers to us, for the transparency. Thank you to our dear Coast Guards for 94%. People think it's simply about transparency, but it's putting a light on what is happening in our world. To the Filipino people, we're taught as early as, I call it the Civica days. I'm a former Undersecretary of Education, and it was still Department of Education, Culture and Sports. So I always tell people, in that very basic subject, we teach ourselves archipelagic nation, but we don't really understand what it means. And what it meant really is, it's our seas. It's what gives us light. No? Something that we did last year, as one of our last researches, 72% of Filipinos want our government to protect our country's territory and marine resources, as well as the rights of people and fishing communities. We always say we put a human face to our advocacy, not policy only, but a human face. And we built and built on that. A few years back, as I've said, December, we normally slow down in strat base. We spent our holidays in El Nido. And as we move from one island to another, it's the best way to enjoy El Nido. I asked the fisher folks, where are we now? Of course, I was thinking, what island? And they said, we are in the West Philippine Sea. And for me, it struck me as very important because in 2012, when we developed the term West Philippine Sea by our dear chairman, the late Albert Rosario, I delivered a talk in Singapore, and the Singaporeans would tell me I was naughty for saying West Philippine Sea. But I don't care about ASEAN. I care about the Filipino people defining what is ours. And that is the West Philippine Sea, just like the Philippine rice in the eastern part of our nation. I speak of protecting our seas. And I speak of what I call a comprehensive maritime governance. Governance that is based, that there's a role for the public sector. There's a role for the private sector, the non-governmental organizations, academics, civil society, but there's also a role for the international community. And we thank partners, friends, allies of the Philippines that work with us. Sorry to take my opening remarks long, but again, good morning and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for that inspiring opening message, Dindo. Overwhelming majority of Filipinos support the Transparency Initiative, and more maritime governance is absolutely right. But the question is, how do we get there? So, to provide a clearer picture of where the Philippines currently stands in strengthening the maritime domain awareness, we're going to turn to the National Maritime Center now. Vice Admiral Roy Echeverria, he's the director of the National Maritime Center, was originally scheduled to be here today, but due to a sudden international engagement, he's unable to be here in person. He has instead sent a video to deliver his speech. If we could just play his remarks now.
to all our distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and our like-minded partners, good morning. Allow me to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the South-Based Institute for consistently organizing meaningful dialogues such as this one, and to the Fisherfolk Program and the Park Foundation for allowing the National Maritime Center to contribute to this important initiative. As a French ocean explorer once said, the foundation of our life is in the ocean. These words deeply resonate for a maritime nation like the Philippines. Our fishery sector is not only a pillar of food security, it also supports livelihoods, sustains coastal communities, and significantly contributes to our country's economic growth. Millions of Filipinos rely on the sea for daily sustenance, and our nation's high dependence on sea fish as a primary protein source shows how essential this sector remains to our national stability. Within our approximately 200 million hectares of marine territory, the West Philippine Sea is a crucial source of our food supply. It makes a major contribution to the national fish catch and enhances the Philippine status as one of the world's top fish producing countries. However, the sector faces increasing pressure from declining fish stocks and environmental damage, along with the effects of overfishing. Adding to these challenges are external pressures like foreign imposed fishing bans, large scale reclamation, and destructive practices that have severely damaged coral reefs in the water BPS. These realities demand a strong resolve from all of us as stewards of the sea, protecting our marine environment and asserting our sovereign rights with our vigilance, coordination, and a clear understanding of what is happening in our waters. This is where maritime domain awareness or MDA becomes indispensable. MDA refers to having an effective real-time understanding of all maritime activities that affect our national interest. Often, when we discuss MDA, we immediately think of advanced technologies such as surveillance systems, sensors, satellite images, and digital platforms. While these tools are important, we must never forget another equally valuable resource, our people. Our fisher folks who spend their lives navigating our waters are just as essential to building a robust and responsive MDA framework as our maritime law enforcement person. Community-based reporting is not only concept, but this is important. But its importance is amplified in the maritime context by empowering fisher folks in coastal barangays to monitor suspicious activities, harness a unique localized capacity that no machine or system can fully replicate. This grassroots approach strengthens the enforcement of fishery laws, protect vulnerable marine ecosystems, and supplements the limited manpower resources of LGUs and national agencies, such as PFAR. Fisher folks acting as volunteers and community informants can provide valuable real-time observations about illegal fishing, environmental violations, and potential maritime threats. Recognizing this, the National Maritime Center, in partnership with the Fish Rights Program, has begun engaging with fisherfolk organizations to enhance information sharing mechanisms. As the national hub for maritime uh, information, the center aims to integrate community reports with technological data to build a more comprehensive maritime picture. This approach will strengthen enforcement efforts and enhance the interdiction of illicit activities at sea. By fusing technological capabilities, on-the-ground insights from coastal communities, we generate clearer, more accurate, actionable information. This collaboration not only enhances maritime security, but also helps preserve the ecological integrity of our oceans. The National Maritime Center acknowledges the indispensable role of local communities as ambassadors in the vast maritime domain. We are all in the same boat: government, civil society, private sector, and the fisher folks. We live closest to the sea. Together, we share the responsibility of countering maritime crimes, safeguarding our marine resources, and ensuring that the future generations inherit the oceans as abundant as and as life-giving as they are today. Thank you, and I wish everyone a productive and inspiring day ahead. Good night.
Strong message from Vice Admiral Echeverria, but I have to apologize because I totally messed up the order. Clearly, I've not had my coffee. I'm so sorry, Secretary. I was supposed to have gone to you. What was I thinking? To deliver the government's message and highlight its efforts, I am now have to invite Secretary Andres Centino, Presidential Assistant for Maritime Concerns from the Presidential Office for Maritime Concerns, to deliver his keynote address. I'm so sorry, Secretary.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellency Ambassador McIntosh from New Zealand, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, good morning. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. It's my privilege to join you today as we hold this forum entitled Eyes on the Sea, Community-Based Maritime Monitoring and Reporting in the West Philippine Sea. May I just express my appreciation to the organizers of this event, the South-Based Institute under Professor Dindo Manhit, sir. The Fish Rights Program, represented by Professor Nigel Armada. Of course, the National Maritime Center. We heard the remarks of the director of the center earlier, Vice Admiral Echeverria. I also would like to acknowledge the support of our partners from the United States, as well as the participation of experts from leading academic institutions and representatives of various embassies, members of the diplomatic corps. Your presence reaffirms the shared understanding that maritime security and responsible ocean governance are issues of regional and global importance. And may I also acknowledge the presence of the uniformed service members who I used to work with not so long ago, from the Armed Forces of the Philippines and from the Philippine Navy and the Philippine Coast Guard. Thank you for the service that you do and the things that you render to our country. This gathering takes place at a moment of heightened complexity in the maritime environment. Developments in the West Philippine Sea and around our maritime domain continue to affect regional stability, and challenge established norms of international law and order. For an archipelagic and maritime state such as the Philippines, these circumstances underscore the need to strengthen the mechanisms that support our capabilities, both to safeguard our rights under international law and to manage our resources in a sustainable and lawful manner. The Philippines exercises sovereignty, jurisdiction, and sovereign rights over a maritime domain approximately 7 times larger than its land area. And this domain encompasses our internal waters, archipelagic waters, territorial sea, contiguous zone, a very extensive exclusive economic zone, as well as the continental shelf. And located at the apex of the Coral Triangle, our waters host globally significant biodiversity, sustain fisheries vital to the food security of more than 50 million Filipinos, and provide employment and livelihood to almost 2 million of our citizens. These waters also constitute crucial sea lanes that facilitate international trade and commerce. Yet the scale of our maritime domain presents inherent risks and vulnerabilities. We continue to confront illegal activities, unreported and unregulated fishing, illicit trade of narcotics and contrabands, degradation of the marine environment, and the intensifying effects of climate change. In addition, incursions into our waters, coercive actions, and illegal activities by external actors, including unauthorized marine scientific researches, pose challenges to our sovereign rights, jurisdiction, and the effective administration of our maritime resources. In this regard, the Philippine government has taken important steps to strengthen the legal and operational foundations of maritime governance. The enactment last year of the Maritime Zones Act, or Republic Act number 12064, advances our national interest by providing a clear statutory framework for the delineation, classification, and management of our maritime zones, consistent with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. This legislation reinforces the need to enhance our capabilities to monitor, protect, and secure our waters through the modernization of our naval and Coast Guard assets, the expansion of maritime surveillance systems, and the development of marine scientific research capabilities. It is evident, however, that no matter the extent of government resources, national authorities alone cannot maintain continuous presence across such a vast maritime area. This is a reality shared by coastal and archipelagic states around the world. Maritime domain awareness, as recognized in both national and international practice, requires not only technological investment and interagency coordination, but also timely information from those who frequent these areas. And Admiral Echeverria stated earlier the importance of involving the communities. International experience demonstrates the value of structured community participation in maritime monitoring. Pacific islands with small populations but with vast waters, such as Fiji, Vanuatu, the Solomon and Marshall Islands, have established community-based surveillance mechanisms and utilize the community marine monitoring tools or toolkits to enhance enforcement efforts of their national government. Here in Southeast Asia, our neighbor, Vietnam's practice of applying the Sea-Watch system empowers fishing communities equipped with communication devices to provide real-time reporting of incidents happening in the sea to maritime authorities. Indonesia's Pokmaswas volunteer groups also complement government enforcement by monitoring and preventing illegal and destructive fishing activities. These models illustrate how community involvement operates as legitimate and effective force multipliers within the broader framework of maritime governance. The Philippines has long recognized the importance of such participation. Years ago, in the late 70s, Bantay Dagat volunteers, although it was only formally organized in 1994, and they were intended to assist in the enforcement of fisheries laws across coastal municipalities. However, they were hampered with the lack of government support and were always faced or confronted with problems in coordination between the local and national agencies. It's only recently that, according to BFAR, or the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, that efforts are underway to complete a comprehensive inventory of Bantay Dagat units, where they will be issuing uniform guidelines governing their creation, their accreditation, and setting standards of operations. Government programs, likewise, are being implemented to enhance livelihood security for our fisher folks while promoting responsible stewardship. The Kadiwa ng Bagong Bayaning Mangingisda, or KBBM, is a program that provides fuel subsidies, ice supplies, and other logistical assistance to fisher folks, mostly in the West Philippine Sea and particularly in the area of Scarborough Shoal, to reduce operational costs and for them to extend their stay in these waters. This has been successfully implemented jointly by the Philippine Coast Guard and the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. The Layag WPS initiative also strengthens the capacities of communities along the West Philippine Sea by offering training and technical support in fisheries management and maritime governance. The National Maritime Center is also working with stakeholders, including local fishing associations, to improve systems of monitoring, information sharing, and incident reporting. Again, Admiral Echeverria mentioned this earlier. And while government programs help sustain our fisher folks, the role of development partners remain very, very valuable. Recently, the Fish Right program assembled over 200 fishermen from 22 associations nationwide. And through this engagement, participants were introduced to improve and new fishing methods. They were oriented on relevant government programs, provided and equipped with communication equipment, radios, and were briefed on the current maritime security concerns. More importantly, during that event, many affirmed their willingness to cooperate or to help the government by reporting maritime incidents and suspicious activities, indicating that communities are prepared to serve as responsible partners of government if they are properly capacitated and supported. During that same event, we also recognize the concerns that we raised. Many hesitate to file reports or incidents due to legitimate concerns of their security about possible retaliation and harassment, particularly from violators and aggressors who could probably be armed and organized. Some express uncertainty about whether reporting mechanisms can guarantee the timely and prompt response from authorities. Constraints in communication, especially in remote coastal areas, also hinder real-time reporting and monitoring. And these concerns, to be adequately addressed, require targeted policy responses, stronger institutional safeguards, and sustained engagements to build trust in the system. And we in government have much to do in this regard. Strengthening community-based monitoring, therefore, is doable, but must be approached not only merely by organizing eyes on the sea, but more of developing comprehensive governance strategies. It entails ensuring the safety of the community, establishing reliable channels for communication and incident reporting, providing clear protocols for incident responses, and supporting local communities as first responders within their jurisdictions. Effective engagement also requires sensitivity to the experiences of our fisher folks and respect for their economic realities. So as we continue with this forum today, I hope that the participants will consider how government agencies, the academe, development partners, the civil society, and the diplomatic community collaborate to refine policy frameworks, integrate best practices, and harmonize community-based monitoring with national maritime strategies. The objective is not merely to expand surveillance or monitoring, but to cultivate a cooperative architecture in which communities serve as informed and empowered partners in safeguarding our maritime domain. Our challenges are substantial, but so too is our capacity to address these challenges. With sustained cooperation, a sound legal foundation, and the active participation for coastal communities, community-based monitoring can play a crucial role in strengthening maritime security and promoting responsible stewardship of the West Philippine Sea and beyond the broader Philippine maritime domain. Thank you, and I wish everyone a productive and meaningful exchange ahead. Once again, good morning to all.
The secretary has forgiven me. Can I invite now Professor Dindo Manhit and Professor Armada for a photo opportunity? You're right. The Philippine Maritime Zones Act was signed into law around this time last year, November last year, right? Yeah, I remember. I remember covering that. Certainly, lots for the government to do to institutionalize it, but unfortunately, the secretary won't have time for Q&A because he has to run to another engagement, for which he is now late because of me. Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit about international cooperation and the continued support of the country's partners in advancing maritime domain awareness and community resilience. And so we'll be listening to a message of support from the Embassy of the United States of America. May we now welcome Ms. Regina Burns McKenzie, Director of the Regional Foreign Assistance Section of the U.S. Embassy in the Philippines, for her message.
Magandang umaga sa inyan, sa inyong lahat. Butchered that. Good morning to all of you. I'll work on my Tagalog. I'm honored to be here to be here today. This is my first Strat-based event. So I really appreciate it and am very much looking forward to the discussion. I'm honored to join representatives of the Philippines government, both the civilian and the uniformed services, the New Zealand ambassador and other representatives of the diplomatic corps, research institutions, civil society organizations, and of course our partners at the Strat-based Institute and the National Maritime Center. Your presence here reflects a shared commitment to strengthening maritime security, advancing regional stability, and supporting the economic future of coastal communities throughout the Philippines. The United States is very proud to work alongside the Philippines in promoting secure and well-governed seas. We believe maritime security is fundamental to national resilience. It shapes economic stability, food systems, and the rules-based order that underpins peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. When maritime spaces are secure, communities are more stable, markets function predictably, and nations can pursue long-term development grounded in transparency and international law. This forum, today's forum, comes at a pivotal time. The Western Philippines EEZ, including the West Philippine Sea, supplies around 11% of the country's marine capture fisheries and supports roughly 300,000 fishers, making the waters essential to national food security and coastal economies. Yet unregulated activities, maritime intrusions, and unilateral actions inconsistent with international law degrade marine habitats, disrupt traditional fishing, and place increasing strain on communities that rely on this Western EEZ for their livelihoods. It's within this context that this forum today brings together all of us to examine how community-level reporting can strengthen maritime governance and ensure that those closest to the sea have a stronger role in safeguarding these critical waters. For nearly 30 years, the United States and the Philippines have collaborated to protect marine resources and uphold shared security interests. In recent years, we have deepened support for coastal communities in the Western Philippines EEZ, where economic challenges and unlawful actions by foreign vessels continue to affect daily life. Through the U.S. Embassy Manila's Fish Right program and in partnership with national and local governments, we've supported the development of community-based monitoring networks in Palawan and Zambales. These networks connect coastal observers and task forces, Coast Guard units, and enforcement agencies, improving response coordination and strengthening the Philippines' maritime operating picture. The observations provided by fisherfolk partners, the eyes and ears at the sea on vessel movements, on resource conditions, and suspicious activity have offered early insight that complement national surveillance systems. When these observations are captured and linked to responsive institutions, as the Secretary was just discussing, they strengthen maritime domain awareness and enable timely decision-making across agencies. And these are the type of efforts that we want to continue supporting. Effective maritime security, we believe, rests on 4 essential elements. First, technology and tools that function reliably in real conditions. Second, coordination across agencies and jurisdictions. Third, trust between communities and the institutions responsible for their protection. And fourth, the confidence and capacity of these actors to use the information and the resources wisely and effectively. When these elements work together, information flows smoothly, responses are timely, and accountability follows when maritime rules are violated. This model of community-linked surveillance significantly enhances national resilience by advancing the capacity of coastal communities to report illegal activity. The Philippines expands its maritime visibility and improves its ability to deter threats. 3 weeks ago, during the Fisherfolk Congress here in Makati, the United States Maritime Center and Fisherfolk Associations. These practical, high-impact tools contribute directly to safer operations at sea and honor the courage of fisherfolk who stand on the front lines of defending their rights and livelihoods. As they continue to assert their rightful presence and lay claim in these waters, we remain committed to supporting them with the tools, partnerships, and protection that they need. Our shared objective is clear: that Filipino coastal communities can operate with safety, predictability, and confidence, and that maritime security contributes to broader regional stability. Secure seas make nations stronger, communities more resilient, and the Indo-Pacific safer and more prosperous for all. The United States and the Philippines have stood together for generations. We will continue to move forward safer, stronger, and more prosperous together as partners, allies, and friends. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you for those insights, Ms. Mackenzie. All right, so to frame today's discussions and outline the key challenges and opportunities ahead, I'm now going to invite Professor Nigel Armada. He's the chief of party of the Fish Right Program, which Ms. Mackenzie was just talking about.
Yeah, it's good to be talking now before I lost my voice. So, Professor Dindo Manit, Secretary Andres Centino, Regina Barnes Mackenzie, and of course, Your Excellency from the various embassies of the country, dear colleagues and friends, good morning. We just have heard about the broader strategic context and the importance of strengthening maritime security and community resilience. Now, allow me now to bring us down to the community, to the everyday realities that fishers and local enforcers face, and to the lessons we have gathered from years of working effectively with them. The Fish Right program began in 2018 with a mission to help rebuild the fish stocks by strengthening governance, reducing illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and improving science management linkages in the Philippines' most important marine key biodiversity areas. At that time, the work was largely ecological and fisheries focused, supporting marine resource management, establishing protected area networks, improving fish stocks assessment, and strengthening the science that guides harvest strategies. As the program deepened its work in the West Philippine Sea starting in 2021, a broader reality emerged. Even as we continued developing science-based tools, the IUU Fishing Index and Threat Assessment Tool, habitat biomass monitoring, and responsible seafood value chains, one situation became impossible to ignore. Filipino fishers in this region were becoming increasingly unsafe. Reports of harassment, intimidation, interference by foreign vessels, primarily from the People's Republic of China, were no longer isolated. They were increasing in frequency, and they were affecting fishers' ability to access traditional fishing grounds. And this triggered a deeper insight. Foreign coercion is not just a maritime security issue. It's about fisheries sustainability issue and ultimately a food security issue. When fishers are pushed away from traditional offshore grounds, they are forced to concentrate in already stressed nearshore waters. This intensifies fishing pressure, accelerates resource decline, and threatens coastal livelihoods. What is happening in West Philippine Sea flows directly into the economics of fishing households and into the future of Philippine fisheries. This evolution from ecological to geopolitical, from fisheries to maritime security, is what brought Fish Right to where it is today. Supporting communities not only in restoring fish stocks, but also in asserting safe, dignified, and rightful presence in the traditional waters. Across our work in Palawan and Zambales, the most consistent sentiment from fishers is simple. They want safety, security, and most of all, dignity. Over recent years, they have to navigate shrinking access to traditional grounds, unpredictable risks in areas that used to be safe, longer, more expensive, and more dangerous trips, the emotional strain on families left waiting at home. At this juncture, may I ask friends from Palawan, um, Edwin and Elmer, please stand. And also from Zambales, we have Manang Delma and Kakoto. Please stand. Thank you for coming here with us, and will be part of our discussions. You will be involved in our discussions later. These are realities that no satellite or maritime patrol alone can fully capture. They come from the lived experience of people who are at sea before sunrise and still out there long after sunset. From our conversation with the Philippine Coast Guard units, BIFAR, LGUs, and Maritime Enforcement Team, a parallel message emerged. Many enforcers feel that fishers see them as adversaries rather than partners. Yet, enforcers, especially those deployed in the frontier areas, want the opposite. They want fishers to trust them. They want early warning signals from the water. They want information that guides safe, calibrated response. They want to prevent escalation, not just respond to it. In short, fishers and enforcers wanted the same end outcomes, but they lacked a shared, trusted platform to say so. That is where Fish Rights stepped in. Not to replace national systems, but to connect two groups that were already seeking each other. Over the past year, we learned that trust is not built in workshops or policy documents. It is built through communication. While procurement of the long-range radios was underway, Fishright facilitated in-person dialogues between fishers and enforcers, online group chats where reports could be shared quickly, offline reporting tools for fishers with limited signal, and direct information flows to the National Maritime Center and Regional Center, and the IUU Task Force in Palawan and Zambales. And slowly, we witnessed a shift. Fear decreased. Trust increased. Coordination and communication started to become the standard operating procedure. What community-based reporting actually looks like in practice, not an abstract framework, but a daily habit that helps communities feel safe and supported. Regina noted earlier that fisheries observation complement national surveillance. From field perspective, the logic is clear. Reports from fishers and high-frequency radios are real-time, localized, contextual, and precise, often the earliest indicators of unusual movements. These traits make community reporting the first layer of maritime domain awareness, helping agencies prioritize threats, deploy assets more effectively, and protect those who are most vulnerable. It is not only about reporting illegal fishing, it's about co-producing situational awareness and reducing community vulnerability in frontier areas. As we move into today's discussion on national strategy, social resource protection, and regional partnership, let us keep one insight at the center. Maritime security, fishery sustainability, and food security are interconnected. And coastal communities are indispensable partners or even the core partners in all three. The work ahead is not about tools or technologies. It's about strengthening relationships, building predictable systems, and ensuring that those who spend their lives at sea protected by the nation whose waters they safeguard. On behalf of Fish Right Program, we remain committed to supporting this journey grounded in technology, shaped by community experience, and strengthened through partnership. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Professor Armada, for leading us into the heart of today's discussion. Indeed, safety, security, and dignity is what we are all working towards for the fisher folk. To help us now better understand real-time developments and activities in the West Philippine Sea, let's get into a presentation that demonstrates how satellite technology supports monitoring and analysis of this critical area. May I invite Dr. John Walsh, Professor of Oceanography at the University of Rhode Island, to present about tracking developments in the West Philippine Sea via satellite imagery. Please give him a warm round of
Good morning, everyone. I'm Professor J.P. Walsh from the University of Rhode Island, and I'm going to be talking about some work that we've been doing on using satellite imagery to understand activities and changes and threats in the West Philippine Sea. And I want to first recognize my colleague, Dr. David Lagmasino, who's over here, who's one of sort of a leading expert in this field, and others on the Fish-Right team. So the University of Rhode Island's a long way away, and we're a big state university that focuses, at a lot of things. But our primary way in which we're recognized globally is through ocean science, policy, and exploration. Shown here on the left is a picture of our campus along the bay, where we have advanced labs, we have a research vessel, and on the right, you can see some images that highlight the expertise that we have at URI. We conduct work on deep ocean research and exploration. We also understand the transition zone between the coast and the ocean, what we call the margin. And so you can see that in the middle. And then, of course, we also conduct a lot of research on coastal change and management. And we've been doing this work for over 50 years, and that's why we're really happy to be a partner in the U.S. Fish-Right program. Some of the work that we've been doing has been focused on coastal mapping. And in order to do coastal mapping by satellites well, we, of course, need to use those a suite of satellites, but we also need to collect some field data to ground truth what we see. And one of the things that's also critical is communication. So we've, in the work that we've been doing as part of Fish-Right, we've communicated with communities as well as colleagues in the research community in the Philippines through a combination of conferences, workshops, and much more. As an example, some of the initial work that we undertook was mapping the coast. And as you can see here, this is a portion of the coast in the Calamianes Island group. And this work was inspired by an indigenous community that had their own map of the coast. And we were able to reproduce that using satellite technology. And the goal here was not just to do this once, but to be able to track changes in the coast over time. In 2021, Super Typhoon Odette impacted a large swath of the Philippines. And the ECU team, East Carolina University, led an effort to look at damage to the mangrove systems. Shown on the right and the left are examples from Cebu City and Ulagan Bay, where we can see essentially impact from the typhoon. And just to illustrate that, here's a picture from near Cebu City. We can see this is after the typhoon hit. And we can see in this image that the mangroves, which are along the coast, are brown. We can also see vessels that have been pushed into the mangroves. And there was some real significant impact. Shown here is what we mapped from space. And fortunately, I should say that this area was able to recover. This is a satellite image just recently for this area, and we can see the mangroves are green again. But unfortunately, this recovery wasn't something that we saw everywhere. Shown here is a similar recent image from Ulagan Bay, and you can see in the background large areas of mangroves with downed trees and dead ecosystem. And this is a reflection of the profound impact of typhoons, and we've seen much more of that this year. Another new tool that we've been doing is a satellite-based bathymetry mapping, and that's using a new satellite called ICESat-2, which is basically a laser pointing at the Earth. It was originally designed to look at ice, but NASA has come up with this wonderful approach to look at underwater. We can see shallow water depths. And using this information coupled with other satellites, we're create a satellite bathymetry map for large areas. This is northern Palawan that you can see in the back. But this is a wonderful new tool to help us understand not just the seafloor today, but also how it changes over time. And that gets me to talking about the West Philippine Sea a little more. Shown here is a Google Earth image of the Calayan Island. This is specifically Fiery Cross Reef. And this is an image from March 2014. And what you'll notice in this image that already the reef is showing some negative impacts. This is because prior to this time, there was some giant clam dredging that was occurring. Just 1 year later, this area has been buried by the reclamation efforts of China. You can see a large island building and a harbor that's built. And additionally, you can see in this image many vessels, the dredge vessels in this new harbor and offshore. And of course, by 2019, this was a fully developed base with harbor, and all in the lee of this island, you can see numerous ships that are calling this place home. As part of trying to understand changes in the West Philippine Sea, we did undertake some initial work mapping dynamics over time of these islands. And so we can use satellite technology to map sort of shallow water, deeper water, and of course, development of these areas. And that's sort of, this is a tool that we developed and something that we anticipate doing more of in the future. So one thing that we need to recognize is that the maritime domain of the West Philippine Sea has really changed, specifically because of the development of these reefs, where Chinese vessels are now being sort of providing refuge for them. Shown on the left is an image from August of this year. You'll notice that there's numerous vessels within the lagoon of this reef. Only a few of the vessels you'll notice are indicated by turquoise, which is an AIS, or automatic identification system. Many vessels in this area and beyond in the West Philippine Sea are what we call dark vessels because they are not identifying their presence. We need to use satellite technology and other tools, as we've heard, the eyes on the West Philippine Sea, to better understand this maritime domain. So I'm going to show you some information of AIS data. This is using an app called Skylight, and it's a very busy map. But first, I want to highlight that this area right here is the southern end of Palawan. And next to this, you'll notice this big right swath. These are vessel tracks, and these vessels, the colors indicate the speed of the ships. What we can see in this image is that lots of vessels transit off the coast of Palawan for transportation, for shipping, right? This is a corridor of shipping around the world, a very important corridor. What I also will show to you is these three areas of interest: Mischief Reef, Second Thomas Shoal, and Sabina Shoal. In these areas, I used the tool to identify these, to look at entry and slow-moving vessels over the past 2 months. And what you notice is that there's a lot of activity in these systems. Just to blow those data up a little bit more for visual, you can see where we saw entry points as well as slow-moving vessel activity. Of course, there is a lot of activity in Mischief Reef. We also see significant activity in Second Thomas Shoal and much closer to the Philippines in Sabina Shoal. So there's really quite a lot of activity. Additionally, the AIS data indicates that, and other tools indicate that these are Chinese vessels, and that's why they have a Chinese flag on there. This is the reality of this system, and this is, again, just data over the last month. I also thought I'd highlight Pag-asa, because this is an area, of course, of great importance to the Philippines. We can see Pag-asa there over the last month. There were no indicated entries into that area by any vessel, according to this system. and then we can see just west of Pagasa, the sandy cays, the incredible activity of Chinese vessels. So there is a lot happening there, and I think it's something that satellite and AIS technology can be invaluable for understanding. Now, many of us also are thinking about Bajo de Mason Lock and Scarborough Shoal, and this is a very complex image, but I want to walk you through it for 1 second. What's being shown here, again, are ship tracks, where the color indicates the speed of the ship. And this is just data over about 1 month. Lots of vessels are moving through the West Philippine Sea. And here at Bajo de Mason Lock, you can see that the fast-moving vessels that are transiting across the West Philippine Sea, right, they go around Bajo de Mason Lock. They're transiting very quickly, probably to Manila or to other parts of the South China Sea. But what you also notice in the figure, a ring around Scarborough Shoal, is this sort of orange and yellow colors. These are vessels that are moving at a slightly slower speed, and they're moving in a back and forth motion, indicating or suggesting to me that they're guarding this area. And then you'll also notice that in the interior around the shoal, we see a lot of slow-moving vessels. These, the slow motion is suggestive of fishing activity, and that's what I suspect is happening. When we look at the flags that were identified, so that's what's plotted on the left, we can see all the flags of the ships over the last month right around Bajo de Mason Lock are Chinese vessels. And we also just recently heard in the news this past week from the Philippine Coast Guard that potentially China has deployed buoys in and around this area. This is a great concern. It's consistent actions that have occurred over the past few years. Here is a high-resolution image from 2024, one that I happened to notice and shared with Nigel. But this is literally the Chinese had put down a floating boom across the entrance to Scarborough Shoal. And I was very happy to see, not just weeks later, that the Philippine Coast Guard did remove that. Another powerful thing about this data is we can look at individual vessels. And I want to share with you 2 vessels. First, in the top right, a vessel, which I believe is a fishing vessel. And you can see it starting out here at Fiery Cross Reef, moving up to Bajo de Mason Lock, and then moving south to Mischief Reef. And that's highlighting how they're using these new bases as areas of refuge and likely refueling. Similarly, you can see another vessel, this is over the past month, coming from China, going to Fiery Cross Reef, to Mischief Reef, and then onward to Second Thomas Shoal and Sabina Reef. So clearly these new reefs, these developed reefs, are foundational for their use of the West Philippine Sea. So as a marine scientist, we, of course, want to understand the West Philippine Sea. And there was a really great report, State of the Coast, in 2024, which illustrates the very good foundation of knowledge on the West Philippine Sea science. And one of the things that we have to recognize is much of what we know is on the shallow reef systems. We know the fish that we find there and maybe the composition of the reefs, but we don't have a great understanding of the deeper reef system, what's beyond. And that's something that we, I think, really need more information on. Some other nice points from this report are that about 50% of the fish landed in Palawan appear to be sort of represented in the Metro Manila fish market. Also, I want to note that there's the report also highlights that the marine science research has been really limited across this domain, and I think that's something important for the Philippines to really encourage. And then lastly, that the Palawan Shelf is an area that potentially has extensive mesophotic, meaning deeper reef systems that really have yet to be studied and understood. And shown on the right is just a figure that shows the biomass of coral reef. And I emphasize that it's only of the coral reef. There's much more biomass in this large area, but we do see that the blue and green, which are very high levels of biomass, are seen in the reefs in the West Philippine Sea. So another point I want to make as a professor here is to highlight the importance of the geology of the Philippines. And I've taken this image, this is a Google Earth image of the Philippines, and I've turned it sideways so we could have a little look at the West Philippine Sea. And the first thing I want to highlight to you is the northern part of the West Philippine Sea. First of all, has a very steep coastline and a very deep ocean basin that is crossed by a line of seamounts, and right in the middle is Bajo de Mason Lock. This is a very deep ocean, and we can contrast that with the part of the West Philippine Sea that's to the south, where we see this extensive shallow domain, and along Palawan, we have what we call a broad continental shelf, a flat, shallow area where we anticipate that there's a lot more marine life and potential for fishing and ecology. So one of the things I propose here today is that it would be wonderful to see more effort in marine science research in the West Philippine Sea. And I think there's a real opportunity to integrate science. So this is a very complicated figure, but in oceanography, it's pretty rare that we get the chance to look at not only what the seafloor looks like, but also what the currents are doing, what's living in the waters, as well as how is humanity using the coast. And this is, I think, an important path forward for the Philippines and to show its understanding and love of this part of the ocean. So some take-home points. We've done a lot of work on understanding change in the West Philippine Sea with satellites, that there's a lot of Chinese fishing activity across this region, and I'm hopeful that marine science research will be undertaken more in the future. Thank you all very much. A lot of different technology, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Walsh, for that incredibly fascinating presentation. It's incredible to see the level of detail that we can now extract from the satellite technologies. A lot of them open source, by the way?
A lot of that, yes. Yeah. But your average person might not know.
Yeah, because it's difficult to parse through. Exactly right. Thank you. Okay, so to continue our discussion on how science and community action intersect in safeguarding our waters, we are now going to turn to a presentation that highlights the role of community-based monitoring in strengthening the Philippines' maritime domain awareness. So for that, I'm going to invite Dr. Tyler Pavlovich, Marine Research Associate at the University of Rhode Island Coastal Resources Center, to share his insights. Please give him a warm round of applause.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for allowing me to share a little bit about what the Fish Right program has been doing. You've heard a lot of kind of a preview of that, and I'll explain some of the details here. I do want to start by saying thank you, though, to the country of the Philippines for all of your bravery and your intelligence and kind of the effort you put into this, resolving the issue that you're facing in the South China Sea. It's if there's one issue that's really fundamental to global peace and security, it's kind of the respect for territory and boundaries and other countries' resources. And so thank you very much for all that you're doing. I also think it's important to remember that that fishermen shouldn't have to be a part of the national security apparatus, but in this case they are, right? And so I think that we need to kind of always continue to recognize that, and just appreciate it. Maraming salamat, and thank you for all that you're doing. So, if this will, am I working here? Do you turn it off? Thanks. All right, so just to do a brief summary of what maritime domain awareness looks like. As we've heard a little bit about it, there are typically government agencies will try to bring together various sources of information, from satellite imagery to radar, vessel tracking systems like AIS, and bring them together into one physical location, like a watch floor or a watch room, as well as bring them into different software, computer software programs to visualize and understand what who is in your waters and what they're doing. we work with, especially closely with the National Maritime Center and the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. So this is just one example of using AIS data, a vessel tracking system, and brought into a computer program, CVision, which was developed by the United States and government, and is kind of shared and made available to its partners around the world. So this is just AIS data. This is publicly available. The platform is not necessarily publicly available, but the information would be. So this gives you a snapshot of what vessels that are transmitting that data look like at a given point in time. But as was mentioned before, there's a couple important issues that that are data gaps when relying on AIS or other satellite-based systems. One is this idea of dark vessels. So certainly, not all vessels need to, are required to have AIS and to be transponding their position. Sometimes they also are not for legal, like justified or unjustified reasons. And as we heard, there are some forms of satellite remote sensing, use of satellite data to identify these vessels, but it's really imperfect, right? It depends on if they're able to identify them, if the system's able to, and if a satellite is there at the right time. And so this is, there's a lot of gaps still around dark vessel identification. Another is that even if you know where a vessel is and maybe what their heading or speed is, you don't really know what they're doing. Right, so it's hard to distinguish if a vessel is truly fishing or doing something like blocking someone, water cannoning, shining lasers. This doesn't come through from this remote sensing data. And so understanding that and leveraging our relationships with fishing communities, we brought in commercial fishers as an important partner. You kind of heard already today about the potential for that, and so we leveraged that and kind of use it to paint a more complete maritime domain awareness picture. Here's a little bit of how the process unfolded and what it looks like today. We started working with small-scale commercial fishermen. We found that to be a bit of a sweet spot amongst kind of the broader fishing community. And we were looking for some way to communicate this information from what fishers are seeing on the water to the partners in the government and in the watch floors responsible for MDA. We ended up coming to having a laminated form that fishers could fill out while they were on this, when they see an incident or see a vessel, they can fill it out, photograph it, send that off, and then reuse it later. They then, as I said, they send pictures of these incident reports and and any other photos or video that they may have back to a chat group that was organized and monitored by the National Maritime Center and their different regional bodies. And then that information, so that's, for one, that exists, right? That enables, I'll talk more about that. That's kind of the mechanism. We also take the information from those reports, and transfer that into a spreadsheet that is used for kind of archiving and later analyzing different incidences. And from those data, we're also producing maps to showing patterns over time and across space. This is an example of one of these forms. It has spaces for writing the location of an incident, kind of vessel description, where exactly they were, to the best of the fisherman's knowledge, country of origin. And this is what, these are some grabs of the screenshots of what the group chat looks like. So people are submitting, again, kind of images of these forms so we can collect that data and archive it. And I don't think you can read these, but one thing that has emerged from this is that there's been a lot of back and forth dialogue between fishermen and the agencies, which is something. So it's not just a repository, right? It's not just a Dropbox for these reports. It also enables people to kind of communicate either real time if they have the capability to do that, or even once fishers come back and are making these reports, they can have these continual discussions. And I think that this has been appreciated both by the government partners and fishermen. So here's a map showing kind of the incidents that we have received reports on from August through November of this year. You'll see that they're all concentrated kind of in the north and then in the south. There's two clusters. This is due to the focal areas that we've been working with. That's to say, we don't actually know what's happening in between or like along the rest of the coast. And so should we have the opportunity to continue this work, I think filling in those gaps would be a high priority. We'll zoom in a little bit now on, so this is off of Manila, off of Zambales, and Scarborough Shoal is kind of up here. We've come up, we're working on a color coordinated scheme of classifying the types of incidents, red being kind of a direct incident of harassment or bullying, and orange being more like presence of a foreign vessel that could be intimidating, and yellow then is other perhaps foreign vessels or illegal fishing, but without this like aspect of intimidation. And you'll see a lot of that, a lot of the reds are concentrated to the east of Scarborough Shoal, which is certainly in line with what you all know and what we see in the news every day. But just to zoom in a little bit closer, here's one incidence of what fishers suspected to be a Chinese maritime militia vessel. It's to the west of the West Luzon Basin, and if you analyze this is about 40 miles, only about 40 miles to the coast, to Subic, and about 100 miles to Scarborough Shoal. So certainly this isn't this isn't an incident of this is a case of China and protecting some nature reserve at Scarborough. Now, to put this into the context again, here's a shot from Sea Vision, and I'll just highlight, the purple rectangle is roughly the area of interest where that report was made, and I will note that there's this Chinese Coast Guard vessel in blue right up near Scarborough Shoal at the same time of the incident, and as you'll see, they then move down and kind of directly move into the area where this report was made. So this was not the vessel that was reported by the fishermen, but it is, this is the vision. This is what you would see looking at AIS data. But then you can imagine like the complementarity between, this. So a fisherman wouldn't have known that there was that vessel out there and came in the trajectory that it made. But also, if you were only looking at this, you wouldn't understand that there were also potentially Chinese, like maritime militia vessels in the area. So I think this is a real complementarity to kind of these tools as well as this community-based reporting. I'll just quickly highlight one, another incident, which was south near kind of the southern end of Palawan. This was actually this was a Chinese warship that chased away, kind of actively chased away a fisherman in this area. This was down near Royal Captain Shoal, again a mere 40 miles from the coast of Palawan, and this also would not have shown up on AIS data, given that warships don't transmit that data. So just two things to highlight, about improving the system, if we could, going forward. Better communication while offshore. We've started this by providing some radios. I think that there's certainly an opportunity to do more of that and strengthen that network of communication at sea, potentially using satellite-based internet as well. And then, as I said before, integrating more communities into this for greater spatial coverage and better understanding of the whole space. You can imagine there's a lot of actions that could be taken using these reports. Certainly help for fishers who are in trouble, early identification of vessels of interest, and potentially creating pathways or areas that would be safe for fishers to continue fishing. In the long term, also strategic planning for operations and support of the fishing industry, creating a greater understanding of other countries, patterns and trends and potentially objectives, like analytical value, I think, of this information. And then I'd also highlight, the potential for these reports and kind of the information that comes from them to help shape the narrative, right? Help public understanding the truth of what's going on in the West Philippine Sea, and giving some support to fishing communities. This helps kind of the individuals as they're, help them to feel heard, supported, and empowered, and potentially building evidence for future legal or kind of diplomatic procedures. And just finally, I wanted to make a plug for that this could be a really interesting, a really powerful foundation, a powerful model for improving the fisheries management, resource management of this area, and showing the world that the Philippines is, it's building trust between the government and the fishing industry is so important. Something that around the world, a lot of places don't have that. In the United States, there's a lot of mistrust between the government and fishing industry. And the instances where we have good collaboration, the management works so much better. So, really benefiting and there's clear benefits of valuing fishers' knowledge and really treating them as partners in these efforts, and then also kind of taking serious and collecting and leveraging fishers' ecological knowledge about where fish stocks are, their migration patterns, their diet, habitat, annual cycles, and trends in their abundance is just something, as JP noted, the kind of the lack of scientific data for this, but their fishing leveraging that is a real opportunity to build off of this type of work. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pavlovich, for that fascinating presentation. Who told you there was a lot of trust for the government here? We shall not get into that. But I will invite Ms. Mackenzie and Dr. Walsh back up on stage for a quick photo. And also, sorry, Professor Armada, please. Okay, so we're going to delve into the National Maritime Security Strategy now. And so this is panel one. We've heard a lot from the experts earlier about using technology and other tools to for better maritime governance. And now we're going to talk about the actual strategy. This panel will examine the Philippines' evolving national maritime security strategy and explore areas for institutional and operational improvements. Our discussion will look at how the country can better assert its rights, protect its waters, and secure its coastal communities, especially in the face of unilateral actions such as imposed fishing bans and the creation of so-called nature reserves. So to begin the panel, I'm honored to invite on stage the Commandant of the Philippine Coast Guard, Admiral Ronnie Hilgavan.
To the symbol, the enabler of the new trend in the country now. we have been creating lots of think tanks already in the past years, and Professor Dindo Manhit has been at the forefront. Good morning, sir. I'd like to also greet Miss Regina Burns Mackenzie, ma'am, the head of or the director of the Regional Foreign Assistance Section of the U.S. Embassy. Professor Nigel Armada from the the fish hunter, or sometimes tormentor as well. One of the flag officers in command of the Navy that I really admired. Vice Admiral Alex Pama, sir. When we were trying to create the Coast Watch in 2011, we've been seeing each other, and that's you today. So thank you, Sir Alex, for helping me become what I must have become today. Another mentor, an upperclassman in the PMA, who has recent to be one of the most respected professors in the country. I think I have to call you Professor Jude Ong, or Rear Admiral retired. Dr. John Walls, a real professor. But Admiral Jude Ong is also a real one. Okay. From the University of Rhode Island, another professor. This is the scariest part of a commander's life when you are standing before a company of professors. Dr. J. Batong Bakal, Sir J. I don't know if he will be a professor soon as well. Brigadier or Major General already? Ronnie Pitinglay, may mista in PA. Kayo lang may doctor. We in the Coast Guard, we all Doctor, Commodore, or Rear Admiral very soon, J. Tariela. Okay. I also have with me the commander of my community relations service, Rear Admiral Toti Borja, and the man of the hour has been very busy. May command to be Chris Meñado. To everyone, good morning. I think I am in this uh, allow me to thank first the organizers of this, chief of all think tanks in the country, Department of Agriculture, the National here a while ago, and the university's diverse community of practitioners. Your efforts create the space where shared understanding becomes possible. When our maritime spaces face pressures on multiple fronts, from geopolitics to climate change-driven coastal impacts and other maritime threats. These reality, in fact, very existential. The Philippines maritime security strategy exists as a network of interrelated policies It is anchored in our national security policy for 2023 to 2028. Also anchored on different executive fiats, including EO 57, as it has evolved. But one element has remained constant in these documents. It is spanning safety, environmental protection, and governance. And by law, fortunately or unfortunately, the Philippine Coast Guard is tasked to do this all. In practical terms, these roles means combating maritime crimes, unreported and unregulated fishing or environmental violations. It also includes enforcing sovereignty and sovereign rights in Philippine waters, particularly in our most popular frontier, the West Philippine Sea. It also involves ensuring the lawful use of our marine resources with due regard to our responsibilities. And beyond this also means upholding the economic lifelines of the country, ensuring safety of our ports, protecting our fisheries from depletion, and keeping our trade routes open and secure. Maritime security is not just about maritime patrols. The PCG is also an instrument of maritime domain awareness. The National Coast Watch System EO Coast Guard as one of its central operational arms. Among others, the Philippine Coast Guard actively engages in community-based initiatives. We have so many functions. Now, to unify this, to harmonize this, we came up with the Intensified Community Assistance Awareness Response and Enforcement Program, or ICARE, in response to the Philippines' call for us to deliver services fast and right in the bagong Pilipinas. Our mission is to engage all of our stakeholders in the coastal communities and beyond. This collaborative framework, for instance, necessitates that we will partner with the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources and other agencies of the government in order to do projects like, I think you have been familiar with this, the KBBM, or the Kadiwa para sa Bagong Bayaning Mangingisda. The program allows us not only to provide support to our fishermen, but to leverage on their presence at sea as our first line sources of information of what's happening out there. The Philippine Coast Guard believes in whole of nation approach. We have few choices. That's why we have been working closely with the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police, amongst others. We get from the communities that we serve will only be just as good as hope abilities in addressing the threat. It is the reason why we have embarked on a massive but calibrated transparency initiative through Dr. J. Can you please stand up to be recognized? We also believe that the Philippines can't stand just on its own. Addressing the myriad maritime security threats necessitates cooperation with our neighbors, with our peers and partners. That's why the Philippine Coast Guard has become one of the key bridges to fostering cooperation amongst the littoral states in ASEAN. We have initiated the formation of the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum along with Indonesia and our key partners in the ASEAN. Next year, as the country will host the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum will become part of the sectoral bodies of ASEAN. Next year as well, in order to show the world that the Philippine Coast Guard has arrived, we will be participating for the first time and to be the first and only Coast Guard in the Rim of Pacific exercise. The Philippine Coast Guard has been trying to be one of the significant instruments of diplomacy of the country. We project presence, we strengthen alliances, and we build trust amongst ourselves. Information should be seamless if we trust each other, not only in our coastal communities, but around the regions within our seas. As maritime challenges continue to evolve, the demand of the Philippine Coast Guard also grows. And it is the reason why we have embarked into a massive and accelerated modernization program, adding around 50 ships in the next 5 years, and expanding our personnel complement now from 36,000 to 37,000 next year. We were only around 8,500 in 2016. So there can be more jobs. This is why strengthening the Philippine Coast Guard should be thought not only as an institutional investment. It is in fact an imperative if we are to thrive or maybe survive as a country. So as we move forward in our discussions today, I hope we will continue to explore how each of us can do our the academics and each what is right, secure and clean for the respective maritime communities that depend from it. Maraming salamat po. Again, my apologies. I didn't really prepare slides because I don't want to be boxed. I want a free discussion. I never had so many opportunities to be with Adri, or the other way around. I really tried to accept the invitations of Adri, but with the demands of the Coast Guard now, medyo konti lang yung aking napagbibigyan. My apologies. But my presence here today, actually, I'd like to acknowledge my youngest son. Where are you? Who had been bugging me every day not to miss this very rare chance today. So thank you very much, Professor Manhit. Thank you for looking after my son. I think there's so much for him to learn from here. To everyone, thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Gavan. You didn't prepare anything, but you had some good insights there. How do you? No, he's shaking his head. Okay, so to build on that perspective, we're now going to turn to someone who brings both operational experience and academic expertise to the maritime security discourse. By that, I'm talking about retired Rear Admiral Rommel Jude Ong, non-resident fellow at the Strat-Based Institute and also a professor of praxis at the Ateneo School of Government. Please come up on stage, Rear Admiral Jude Ong.
Thank you, Rina. Actually, I can sympathize with your blooper kanina. My child actually was actually waking up this morning. Luckily, the rally ended at 6 p.m. sharp. Now, I didn't prepare any slide like Admiral Ron because I was trying to figure out what I'm going to talk about this morning. So this is an off-the-fly sort of statement or presentation. So I'm going to take off from my experience in 2012 when I was still in the Navy. Sir Alex was my flag officer in command. Dr. J was a young F dashing ensign. And we were both in La Union. Diba? Okay, when I was still in the Navy in La Union, we were running an intel network of fisher folks based in Pangasinan and Zambales. We organized them in a very loose way, and we try not to interfere with their daily livelihood activities. What we did was set up an open radio station that sort of a 911 type radio station that they can call anytime. So the frequency was open. So they can call anytime and report whatever they find at sea. Sometimes we have enough funds. We try to support their fuel requirements, but not all the time. But essentially, it's the way it works out is we try to limit Navy or government interference or in their normal activities. There was a mention about radio. What we did was try to help out kasi they need to register to 2 regulatory agencies. The other one I think is BFAR, no? For the vessel. The radio is in the National Telecommunication, which they have to go to Manila to register. So what we did, or at least attempt to do, was bring those 2 agencies to Zambales and Pangasinan for a one-stop shop registration concept. Otherwise, even if you provide the radio, they will still have the problem of going to Manila and registering at NTC. So I'm not sure if it was already corrected. But that was our situation in 2012. Okay. So with that, this setup proved to be useful during the Scarborough Shoal standoff. Our fisherfolk network was able to report on the incident in Scarborough Shoal real time at the time. Moving fast forward to last year, when I participated in the civilian mission in Scarborough Shoal again working with the fisher folks in Zambales. After that mission, we realized that one way we can help is actually migrate the Canada's dark vessel program. I asked the Navy to provide a sanitized, unclassed version of the dark vessel program data to the fisher folks. That way they can sort of plan out where they will fish, where the Coast Guard, Chinese Coast Guard are not present. Okay, so that's how we try to use the dark vessel program. Okay, so we sort of taught them to do operational planning for fishing. Okay, to do that. Now, fast forward to now, and Dr. J will understand this, is the elephant in the room when we discuss maritime domain awareness seems to be untouched, and that's China. Okay. And unless we deal with the elephant in the room, then we're sort of going around the problem or situation. So the best I can Dindo knows, nawawala si Dindo. Dindo knows I have issues with our strategy or lack thereof, or lack of coherence. There is strategy, but I always, from a holistic perspective, I think having a more coherent one can still be achieved. Having said that, I go back to my lessons, the lessons I learned when I was still in the U.S. Naval Corps College, when I still have fewer white hair. And those are at least 2 concepts that I still bring home with me. The first one is the concept of the value of the object. And I learned that from our American professors is the value of the object is a question or a metric you use when you need to decide on to die for decisions. So it begs the question, is Scarborough Shoal a to die for mission? Apparently in 2012, it was not. On both sides, both US and the Philippines, it was not. Is it a to die for mission today? I'm not sure. Because the Chinese are still there and we're still not doing anything enough to actually change the facts on the ground. The second concept is mirror imaging. We may be imputing our own value system to the Chinese when we do our counter response. And maybe we need to look further into how do they really think and how do they really perceive the situation in the South China Sea. Now, in this case, I offer not my own, but somebody else's academic appreciation. He's Mikhail Bagkus. He's a Polish academe. He went to Manila and went back to Poland. But I was able to communicate to him. He gave me 3 principles of the CCP, which I now use when I give a lecture on United Front Work operations. And I live with that 3 principles. Number 1 is the party or the CCP will try to push as much as they can until they hit a hard wall. If there's no hard wall, they'll just keep pushing. The second is eliminate all threats as soon as they arise, immediately. The third is to expand influence, both international and domestic, as long as the opportunity is there. Having said that, we now look at, we juxtapose that as opposed to what is our strategy or what is our current strategy, and are we addressing, is that strategy based on actually countering Chinese perception of how China Sea works? So I end with that. So just to give more time to my friend, Dr. J, who I think is the highlight of our panel this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Rear Admiral Romel Judong. And don't worry, you are also the highlight of our panel. You're all the highlights of my panel. Okay, well, since you've already introduced Dr. J, we're going to talk about the legal and policy dimensions of the maritime security. And he is one of the country's foremost experts on maritime affairs and international law, none other than Dr. J. Batongbaka, Director of the Institute for Maritime Affairs and Law of the Sea at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, to provide us his insights. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Like my predecessors, I also did not prepare any slides or remarks because, well, the topic that is for our panel really is National Maritime Security Strategy. And my particular difficulty here is that we're currently involved in revising the national marine policy and turn it into the National Maritime Policy and Security Strategy. So you can understand my hesitation because I do not want to be saying anything that's premature or still half-baked. Nonetheless, let me probably start off by establishing the basic framework, no, based on the original national marine policy, which was in 1994. Back then, importance was already given to the maritime industries, particularly the fishing industries in the country, and that was accompanied by what followed as the reform legislation that eventually resulted in the Fisheries Code of 1998, no? Just 4 years after the enactment, after the issuance rather, of the National Marine Policy. And that has remained constant, no? This attention and importance given to fishing, both at the community level and at the commercial level, that has always been there in our legislation and policy. This is natural given that we are a maritime and archipelagic nation, a characteristic that has only relatively recently been underscored officially in policy. So this, I think, marks a distinct evolution in our policy in stressing, recognizing, and stressing or underscoring our maritime and archipelagic nature as a country. Now, in the current effort to revise this national marine policy, there have been several attempts, but hopefully this latest one will move forward. We are also cognizant of the fact that, well, internationally there have been a number of shall we say pressures, no? Given changes in the environment, changes in the geopolitical situation, changes in the demands, especially on the ground. So this revised national maritime policy, which will also impact on the security strategy, after all, they're deeply connected, definitely stresses the importance of what we now recognize as the blue economy. Okay, the ocean-based and ocean-related industries and economic activities, no, of our country. This has always been there. I mean, they have always been present, but they have not been given as much attention, shall we say, through decades or maybe hundreds of years of because of a land-based orientation, no, in our analysis and policy making. Hopefully, with this emphasis now on the blue economy, which will be reinforced by what we hope to be enacted soon, the Blue Economy Act. No? This will then be the opportunity to really redirect more conscious, more deliberate efforts into investing a lot in our ocean industries, which include, of course, fishing. Now, one of the other constant threads since the 1990s, and this goes back to my earliest involvement with USAID through the Coastal Resource Management Project back in the 1990s through the DNR. One of the common threads is the need to establish integrated management of coastal and marine resources. And throughout these decades, we have been undertaking a lot of policy, well, a lot of experimentation, shall we say, through pilot sites, trying out various means of managing coastal and marine resources. And interestingly, this title actually brings me back full circle because one of the earliest fields in which I worked in after getting my master's in marine management was local community-based fisheries management. And so looking at community-based maritime monitoring and reporting, this time on a much larger scale, is quite satisfying from a career standpoint, looking at initial efforts really bear fruit and evolve and grow. Now, this long-standing attention towards trying out, attempting, and seeking new ways of integrated management has now resulted in various policies such as the adoption of the ecosystem-based approach in fisheries management that is encapsulated in BFAR administrative order, as you know, which divides all of the Philippine waters into various fishery management areas. And this concept continues to be developed. No? Of course, the different fishery management areas across the country have different levels of development. Some areas simply because of the nature of the resources or maybe the availability of capacity and capabilities, but at least that is pushing through. And this is very important, especially since this clearly establishes our nature as a maritime and archipelagic nation. The attention that we're now beginning to pour into our maritime component, is quite important. And this is this is underscored by the fact that when you look at the resource base of the country, you're looking at 300,000 square kilometers of land compared to up to 2.2 million square kilometers of ocean, both inter-island waters and all the way up to the high seas in the EEZ. Now, so with that evolution, no, we now are at a point where we can see some distinct developments, no, into our policy making and management frameworks. Number one, most recently, is the introduction officially after decades of effort of natural capital accounting, no, into the government's system, particularly through the PENCAS law, the PENCAS Act, which was enacted uh, earlier this year, if I'm not mistaken. And also the official push towards science-based approaches to policy planning and development. This is already indicated by the ecosystem-based approach already with the BFAR, but there is a current push to adopt this science-based approach more widely. And I think this is an outcome, no, of the availability of data, finally. So it's not just the transparency initiative, which is manifesting, no, this. No? There are now ways, means, and technologies to actually observe and then extract and create data and make it available, which can now be used for better planning and development. Okay. Notably, one key area in which this would certainly be useful will be monitoring flood control projects and other little things happening there. Okay. Now, when you look at ocean-based industries, now, of course, everybody will have heard about fishing and the shipping, seafaring, etc. But I think one constant focus of attention again throughout this time is really community-based fishing, no? Because after all, many of our coastal fishing communities remain to be the poorest of the poor, and they're dependent upon direct access to the marine resources in order to sustain themselves, no, for survival, not just livelihood, and not just improvement, basically, of their livelihood. So the proposals for revision for our national maritime policy include an emphasis on traditional knowledge and community participation. And this necessarily will also promote, hopefully, local tenure, local marine tenure, if not ownership of marine resources. This will be hopefully communal or community-based rather than individual, no? Because this really stresses the importance of engaging communities and giving them that sense of a stake or ownership over these systems, not for just personal gain, but also for their communities. This requires a corresponding attention to be given to the governance system. In an archipelagic nation like ours, made up of many islands, okay, this necessitates the promotion of decentralization of management, as well as ensuring systems for aligning these decentralized efforts. And that probably remains the biggest challenge, establishing an alignment, no, in the midst of decentralization, because unfortunately the tendency has to be to try to reestablish command and control systems. And I think decades of experience in those things not working, no, has proven that there is still much to be done about decentralization. So the challenge for the national maritime security strategy and the national maritime policy really is, as also indicated in our current event, no? How do you establish community-based monitoring and reporting, and what kind of role will it play, you know, at a national, from a national perspective? I think that there are just a few points that we can already identify from the discussions now and from what I can share, no, with the current efforts for revision. One is that fishing communities are still key. They have to be developed as a kind of network node for not only maritime security, but also environmental and resource sustainability. At minimum, clearly, as shown earlier, now they play a key role as eyes and ears on the ground, because a distant or remote sensing technologies and distant observations are simply not enough. Okay. Second, fishers are to be mobilized to act as users and protectors, and that's where I think a change has to be made, because for so long, protection has been seen as merely the duty of government and government agencies like Coast Guard and Navy. But what we need to do is that since our users, our fishers, are much more numerous, much more present than they, then we have to also consider that they will play a bigger role. That role should be not as militia, no? Not as militia, which are basically part-time soldiers, but as proactive maritime citizenry. And this requires them to be doing these functions of being our eyes and ears, as indicated by Admiral Ong, to be functioning, doing these functions on the side, not as their primary function, because after all, their primary function is still their livelihoods. They can perform the key task of ground routing and immediate action in terms of reporting. And so that means that the challenge for us, one key thing we need to be able to develop is communication systems, not just the technology, but the means of communication in a way that is simple, affordable, reasonably fast, and secure. Secure not in the sense of sending encrypted messages, but perhaps something simple messages. And this means that we need to develop this system from the bottom up, and not top down. Okay, and this has to be community planned and driven. And I think Admiral Ong has indicated also the way in which that can be done. After all, we need to be able to protect and nurture our marine resources, not only for purposes of sustainability at present, but perhaps also for to act as reserves for recovery in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Dr. J. Batongbakal. Fascinating speech. At this point, we're gonna go right ahead and kick off panel number 1. So let me call back on stage Admiral Ronnie Kilgavan, Rear Admiral Rommel Jude Ong, Dr. J. Batongbakal, and also we're try to bring in more voices from those directly experiencing the impacts of the developments in the West Philippine Sea. May I also invite Ms. Delma Morados, Vice President of the Subic Commercial Fishers Association. So their organization has been working with Fish Right for several years in promoting legal and responsible fishing practices, and they've recently participated in the Fisherfolk Congress for Peace and Progress. So, as you can see, I'm also moderating this panel. Hi, Ms. Delma. Nice to meet you. Please. Admiral Gavan. You're late, Admiral. You don't need código. You know everything by heart. Okay, please. Just gonna move my chair a little bit to the side. Okay, so it's a fantastic panel to kick off to delve deeper into the subject that we've been talking about all morning, and I wanted to kick off with Ms. Morados because we've heard a lot in terms of the overarching strategy, but what we really want to know is what is it like on the ground. Set the scene for us. What has it been like for your fisher folk when they try to access, for instance, Scarborough Shoal or any of the fishing grounds, for instance?
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Ako po si Delma Morados from Iskufay Association from Zambales po. Sa ngayon po, ang mga nararanasan po ng mga fisher folks po namin sa Zambales po ay hirap po dahil hindi nga po kami makalapit po sa Scarborough Shoal na doon po ang talagang fishing ground po namin. Pero ang mga fisher folks po namin ay kahit alam po nila na medyo delikado po sila doon ay talagang lumalapit po sila doon dahil alam po nila na yan Scarborough Shoal ay pagmamay-ari po ng Pilipinas. So, doon po talaga sila nangingista po. So, sa katulad po ngayon, damang-dama po namin na hirap po kami dahil po nga sa mga nagdaan na bagyo. Tapos, ganun pa man, hindi po kami makashelter po dyan sa Scarborough Shoal na yan dahil sa mga Chinese po na humaharang po sa mga fisher folks po namin pag pumupunta po sa Scarborough Shoal. Sa na sitwasyon po ng mga fisher folks po namin, ay kung makapag-shelter lang po sana kami sa Scarborough Shoal pag may masamang panahon, hindi po uuwi ang mga fisher folks po namin. Nakakaunti lang po yung iuuwi nila na para po sa mga pamilya nila. Kasi nga po, yan, Scarborough Shoal na yan, yan lang po ang bukod tanging shelteran po namin. Katulad ko po, ay nangangamba po ako pag pumalaot po ang aking asawa. Lalo na po pag naririnig ko po na may sama ng panahon, nangangamba po ako pagbalik baka po hindi po kami makabawi po sa aming mga konsumo. Dahil ang lalaki po ng mga konsumo po namin pag naglalayag po kami sa Scarborough Shoal. Pero po, nagpapasalamat po ako sa ating presidente po at sa BIFAR at saka sa Philippine Coast Guard po. Dahil po yung binibigay po nila na fuel subsidy at food fact po sa Scarborough Shoal po ay malaking bagay po sa aming mangingisda. Lalong-lalo na po ngayon ay ang taas po ng fuel po. So malaking bagay po sa amin yun, nakabawasan po sa mga konsumo namin pag naglayag po kami na mangingisda. Kaya nga po, nagpapasalamat din po ako ngayon dahil sa mga programa po na ganito ay naiimbitahan po kami at paparating po namin yung mga hinaing po namin na mga ngisda. Na dati po ay iniisip namin parang ang mangingisda po ay hindi napapansin. Pero po sa ngayon, dama na po namin na napapansin na po kami dahil unti-unti na po namin nadadama na yung mga ginagawa po namin na reporting po ng mga kapitan po namin ay unti-unti na pong naririnig po ng gobyerno natin. Katulad po niyan, pag may nasisiraan po sa laot, dati po mga fisher folks lang po yung nagtutulungan. Sa ngayon po, tumawag lang po kami sa Coast Guard, nandyan na po sila, na nakaagapay po sa amin, ihinahatid po nila yung mga fisher folks kung saan po sila. So malaking bagay po sa amin yun mga yun na pagtulong po sa amin. Yan lamang po. So sana po hindi magsasawa po ang ating presidente po na yung pagbigay po ng mga fuel subsidy po sa mga fisher folks ay tuloy-tuloy po.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morados. I'm going to attempt to translate now. She says it's been very hard for all the fisher folk, the communities, to access these fishing grounds. Case in point, for her husband, she worries for him every day that he has to go out there and make his livelihood and fish. It's always a big risk, and it's gotten really hard for them over the years. But she is thankful for the president for the support that they've gotten with fuel subsidies and other resources, and they feel like they are now also being heard by, for instance, participating in forums like this, wherein they're given a chance to talk about their experience. By the way, Ms. Morados, gano'n na po katagal yung ganitong sitwasyon?
Matagal na po itong nararamdaman po namin na ganito po. Pero etong taon po na ito ay worst po talaga. Siguro po dahil sa climate change po talaga. Kaya nga po ma'am, etong mga susunod na buwan pa ay talagang malakas po ang dagat. So yung Scarborough Shoal po na yan ma'am isa yan po talaga ang shelteran po ng fisherfolks po namin. Tapos pag kumalma, babalik po ulit sila na mangisda po sa ano. At saka pag lumapit po sila dyan sa Scarborough Shoal, ma'am, is nakakapangisda po sila. So, papasalamat po ako sa Fish Right at andyan po sila na ilalapit po namin yung mga hinaing po namin.
Pero sa ngayon, pag pumunta sila ng Scarborough, nakakapasok pa po ba sila? Hindi na.
Hindi na po sila nakakalapit po talaga doon, ma'am. Kasi nga po hinaharang na po sila ng mga Chinese Coast Guard.
So Ms. Morados says it's been a few years since they've had these challenges, but it has gotten worse this year, due in part to climate change, because of course there's fewer good fishing days, and that now the fisher folk are completely unable to enter the Scarborough Shoal area. Which brings me to Admiral Gavan, talking about, so it's been brought up a few times earlier, the nature reserve that China is building there. I think somebody also mentioned that there had been buoys as well as the barriers that were left in place. And then just last month, we heard that they have used this nature reserve, so-called nature reserve, to officially block access to Filipino fisher folk. What is the government doing about this?
I think I have to go back first to the reason why you're here. I'd like to know how the communities can help us provide information. To contextualize, the Coast Guard is organized across the country. We have 96 stations, 644 substations, spread across 832 coastal municipalities. And as a way of life in enforcing safety, all of these fishermen, when they set out to sea, reports to the Coast Guard. So there is this ongoing mechanism on how we can harness the fisher folks as sources of information. Now, going back to your question, we have to think or to consider that the issue of Scarborough Shoal does not involve operations alone. The Coast Guard can only do so much. We only fulfill one of the aspects as to how we can take hold of what is ours. The other two, at least, requires military action and legal action. We are supporting more the effort of the government to deal with it on a more peaceful and rules-based way. So what have we done so far? There are two tyrannies here. The tyranny of distance, which challenges our fisher folks from setting out farther out because of logistics. And it is the reason why, in recognizing that, we developed the KBBM, or the Kadiwa para sa Bagong Bayaning Mangingisda. We've been trying to at least partly mitigate the impact of fuel. So we are giving fuel in partnership with BFAR and other agencies. We provide them food, we provide them water, we provide them ice, just to mitigate that impact of distance. And since we are already there, as explained by my mom, we have become more accessible to them every time they have problems, not only actually derangements of engines, even medical situations. So we have been there, natutulungan po namin. We were able to help our fishermen. And what is the effect of that? The sense of security of our fishermen, where they believe that the government is there looking after them, is also realized. So we were able to provide somehow some social stability amongst them. The the second tyranny that we have to address is, well, the geopolitical aspect of Scarborough Shoal. We can only do so much, but we have been doing everything we can as guided by the president, not to give away just as easy as that, even a square inch or a centimeter of our territory. It doesn't mean that because we are not there inside the show that we have lost the show. We have been advancing the coastal state administration aspect of the claim. We have been challenging their presence there. We have been preventing the normalization of their illegal presence in the area. And that assures us that our claim has stayed. But it is true that our fishermen are already unable to go inside the show. That remains a problem, but the solution can't be had by mere operational response to all. So political, legal, and diplomatic push should be allowed to proceed. And what the Coast Guard has been doing is just to keep the environment as conducive as much as we can for all of these other instruments of national power to do their thing, to regain it, if we can, in accordance with the arbitral award, which says that the area is a traditional fishing ground. That should be the end state so far. So, tulong-tulong po, this is everybody's responsibility. We will continue to engage our coastal communities because they are the key stakeholders. We will continue to engage the international community because they too as well is a key stakeholder because, mind you, the protection of the West Philippine Sea has two truths. One, it is about our territory and sovereign rights as Filipinos. But there is another truth. It is about keeping this global highway safe and open, or free and open, for the global trade to proceed. It is about the global stability of countries, or the stability of countries or economies around the world which depend on free access of trade. So this is not a responsibility of the Philippines alone. This is the responsibility of all. Kawawa lang sila, ma'am, yung mga fishermen, because they are the ones really
On the front
facing,
lines,
feeling
really.
the brunt of this. But
it's also hard on the Coast Guard. I mean,
it is hard, but we have your support. We have been receiving the best support this country can give to an agency. Congress and the Senate has in fact increased our budget to around 30% this year. Another increase. Last year, we also had an increase. Policy support has been given to us as we need it. There can only be one reason that can make us fail in fulfilling our role as the Coast Guard. And that is if we decide to fail. So we're getting there, but we really need everybody's support. This is not just ours.
Thank you, Admiral. Rear Admiral Ong, let me come to you. In your speech, you touched on the fact that you thought there was the national strategy could be improved better. I wanted to ask you specifically where the gaps in terms of interagency coordination do you see? And what do we need to do for a more cohesive national maritime strategy?
Well, I think the coordination is there. It's a matter of developing a more responsive approach to the problem. We sort of canalize ourselves, put ourselves in a wall because of some. Well, we don't want to escalate. Okay, and I think my personal view is we need to escalate to de-escalate. Okay, so I'll take the example of your question to Admiral Gavan earlier. I'm not in government, so I'm allowed to.
Not anymore. Yeah.
I'm not in government, so I'm allowed to say crazy ideas. Okay. Okay, when I was still in La Union, Dr. J and I were still in La Union. The contingency plan I had for us, at least for the Navy, was we were waiting for the next typhoon that hits Scarborough Shoal. Okay? Because that's the only time when all the ships, Chinese vessels, also leave Scarborough Shoal. But to make it work, I need to prepare a flotilla of ships, which we don't have at that time in Subic, just to wait for that typhoon to come. Then we take over Scarborough Shoal. Okay. Maybe if we build between now and whenever, we build enough ships and base it in Subic and just wait for the typhoon. Because I think one passed a few months ago.
Yeah.
Okay. The second one is crazier, and my friends in the officers do not like this idea. Scarborough Shoal used to be a bombing range for the U.S. Air Force and the Philippine Air Force. We just redeclare it as a gunnery range. I'm not saying we shoot bombs there, but just redeclare it. Okay. It's escalatory, of course. The third one would be, because we now have a task force Philippines set in place, the Coast Guard can do its usual very critical activities with our fisher folks around Scarborough Shoal. But our Navy can do the joint patrols and place itself between Scarborough Shoal and Hainan, essentially to cut off Chinese activities from Hainan. So we sort of shape the battle space in such a way that while they isolate Scarborough Shoal, we isolate them from Hainan.
That's really escalatory.
It's only patrol. But the point is, when are you going? We keep holding back because we fear escalation. Okay. As I said, that's why I ended my presentation earlier. Is unless we understand the way the Chinese thinks, then we're gonna put up with policies that are actually reflected by our own values, but they don't have the same value system as us. And we may be coming with the wrong conclusion as far as our approach is concerned. For example, they don't believe in international rules-based order. Premising our actions based on international rules-based order to counter the Chinese is a game killer already at this. So we need to develop the strategy that actually convinces the Chinese, based on Chinese thinking, that convinces them, okay, to de-escalate. At least that's my point. Thank you.
The government keeps pulling back because it's afraid of escalation, but also because we don't have the resources. That's also a fact, isn't it? I mean, how do you go up against a country like China?
If we had been preparing on the resources side 6 years ago, we would have been positioned to de-escalate now, but we didn't. So we're going to have to look at another 6 years to prepare, maybe. So that by 6 years from now, we're ready to escalate.
So we can only escalate 6 years from now, not right now. We're in a position.
Capability building is not done overnight. So that's the constraint that we have to work with.
Dr. Patambakal, I see you nodding your head. Did you want to comment on what Rear Admiral Ong said?
Yeah, I think that the idea that we need to match China, go toe-to-toe with China, I think that's probably one reason why we're unable to think of smarter strategies. No? In any competition, strength is not the only factor that determines victory. And historically, here in the Philippines, we've seen many historical events, battles even, where the presumed weaker side won, no? Despite the overwhelming strength of the other side. No, just what's it, October, we celebrated the anniversary of the Battle of Leyte, for example, and I always keep telling that story now, where you have a few tin cans, as they were called, small destroyers, shooing away an entire battleship-based task force of the Japanese. I mean, it was an incredible and costly move, but it still showed that David can slay Goliath even at the present. So if we do it smart, if we prepare well as well, we can still prevail. And that's the thing. We need to dispense this debilitating assumption that we have to fight toe to toe. No, we don't have to match it strength for strength. We just need to find a way to fight smarter. And also, we also always keep forgetting that we have the leverage of alliances and partners that can also help us. So that one is something that we have not fully explored at all.
But I mean, diplomatically, the government is doing something. I mean, last I checked, we had filed what 245 diplomatic protests just under the Marcos
Yes.
administration alone.
Yes.
Those have got to count for
Yes.
something, right?
Yes, they count for something. The thing is, again, also with diplomatic protests, people seem to think that this is a quick solution, that if you protest, things will change. So they don't understand the entire context, that should only be one aspect, one part of a much broader effort, a broader strategy. Protests are designed to address only one particular aspect, and that's the legalities and the official position of the country, so that we cannot be deemed to have diplomatically surrendered our rights and entitlements. But that's good for that. It will not be effective against, say, PLA Navy coming close to our shores. So we have to think of it in much broader terms.
We were having an interesting conversation earlier wherein you told me that you agree with the idea to deputize the fisherfolk communities to become some sort of auxiliary patrol officers, short of turning them into maritime militia.
Yeah.
Why not go as far as that?
Again, the idea of organizing our own militia to respond to China's maritime militia is still along that same framework of matching them one to one. We can never do that given the amount of resources they give to their militia, the technology they make available, the subsidy that they give, and also the role of the maritime militia. They're really part-time soldiers. That is not what our people want. That is not what they expect either. Um, Kaya yung sinabi ko kanina, that's the reason why I mentioned earlier, not as militia, but as proactive maritime citizenry. Um, it's not their function as fishermen to be soldiers. They're there to eke out their livelihoods, basically. And we are not here to fight a war against China, no? Which is what militias are for. And they're basically part of a broader revolutionary force. What we're trying to do is simply defend our rights and entitlements under international law. And we're trying to preserve those rights and entitlements which we fought for, we struggled for through peaceful means, through negotiations, no, and recently through the arbitration. We want to continue along that path because that's the kind of world we want to live in, one which is governed by the rule of law, by mutual respect and coexistence, and not by pressure and overwhelming, by subjugation, which is how the other side appears to be thinking. Because that's what they're doing now, overwhelming the South China Sea with their presence and forces, so that we simply move back and surrender, or de-escalate ika nga. Until there's nowhere to de-escalate to and there's nowhere else to go.
So it comes back to the idea of turning them into more first responder types. Admiral, what do you think of this idea? And do we have the tools to equip the fisherfolk communities with that, to become part of the maritime governance system?
Yeah, we've been doing that, actually. Okay. But I'd like to go back to the basic, that for them to be able to do the job, they must first want it. They must first like it. So we have to go back to mind setting. And it is the reason why we have embarked again this aggressive but calibrated transparency initiative, where we hope to educate our people on our rights and obligations at sea. So we have this comic book for originally intended for the young, but it turned out that even the olds, which are who are young at heart, are actually also as still innocent on our rights and obligations at sea. So we have to go back to the basic, that first and foremost, Filipinos should become maritime people first. Because if they won't understand what they must fulfill as citizens of this maritime country, no matter how you organize them, no matter how you equip them, if they don't value their role in keeping this country safe and well, nothing will happen, or not much will happen. But going further, actually, to be able to make use of our fisher folks and every citizen in our quest to maintain that kind of order, okay, as what Professor Jay has been saying, that rules-based order, we have to maybe invest more on top of the current investments on educating those people of age. We invest on the kids, those in prep, to make every Filipino understand what is West Philippine Sea, what are the rules of, and obligations of a citizen, even before they learn how to read and write. So we can shape the subconscious part of the brain, just as how the Vietnamese have developed their citizens, or how other communist parties have developed, or countries have developed their citizens. The race for a maritime militia by itself is already asymmetrical. The maritime militia forces of the other countries are a people's force. We are not. Our fishermen go to the sea or go out there because they want to earn. They go there for money. The communist people go there for the state. So there are two fundamental differences. Looking at the maritime militia as, just a universal force might be inaccurate. These are fights amongst different types of people and communities. So again, I think the investment should go to mind-setting our people. We have to be maritime people first and foremost before we can even move forward to investing more in the material, in the equipment that we need to secure the country. It will take a while, but we should do it.
Thank you, Admiral. That's a great point about national consciousness. I'm being told to wrap up, but just very quickly, I wanted to invite the professors from Rhode Island to see if you had any inputs or wanted to ask a question. Dr. John, you want to?
Yeah, thank you so much. I guess the one comment that I want to add is the role and importance of science to this story. Like, I think that science of the West Philippine Sea is important to nurture, not just to grow understanding, but also to show and to highlight the connection between the people of the Philippines to both the ecology and the incredible beauty of the West Philippine Sea. And I think that science is something that will, once it's communicated, can sort of connect not just to the fisheries concerns, but the broader interests of the Philippines to this place. Right now, I still think it seems distant to many and unfamiliar, perhaps, and maybe through some collective and collaborative work, that West Philippine Sea can be sort of brought more to the people and to the country, and to really see this as a place that the Philippines is strongly tied.
Thank you, Dr. Walsh. That was a great point about science and also about bringing the issue to the people. I'm going to give, there's no more time. Okay, so I'm going to give the last word to Ms. Morados. Ano pong naitulong ng Fish Right Program sa inyo and ano pa pong tulong yung kailangan nyo?
Malaking tulong po ang yung fish right po na naibibigay po sa amin. Katulad po ma'am yun sa pag-ayos po namin ng dokumento po namin sa Marina ay sinusupport po nila kami. Tapos meron po sila, nasusupport din po nila kami sa mga trainings po sa katulad sa survival at saka sa first aid na ginanap po doon sa PMMA sa Narciso po. Malaking tulong po sa aming mga fisherfolks. Tapos po yung mga training po para sa livelihood, katulad po ng pag-battle tuna, paggawa po ng smoke fish. So malaking bagay po na nandyan po yung fish right po na tumutulong po sa amin ngayon. Lalo na po sa Sambales po ay mayroon 2 fish right po na nandoon, si Sir Jomel po at saka si Sir Art po, na sila po yung umaagapay po sa mga commercial po doon. At nagpapasalamat po ako at nabigyan po kami ng isang radio po na pag-monitor na po. So siguro po mas mapapadali na po ang pag-report po ng mga fisherfolks po namin pag naikabit na po yung radio namin po. So malaking tulong po itong ma'am sa amin. At nagpapasalamat po ako sa lahat-lahat po na tulong po ng fish right po sa amin. Sa ganito po na ilalabas po namin yung mga hinaing po namin na mangingisda kasi ang pagkaakala po namin ay aping-api po kami na mangingisda. Yun pala po hindi naman pala dahil nakikita na po namin yung support po ng government po sa mga fisherfolks po. Sana nga po wag po silang magsasawa po na tumulong po sa mga fisherfolks po.
And ano pa pong tulong kailangan natin?
So ma'am, siguro po yung mga livelihood po na madali na pagkaanuhan po ng mga fisherfolks po, lalo na po pag may sako na ma'am, hirap po kami katulad po nitong taon po na to, may 1 buwan po na hindi po kami nakakalabas. So ang dami rin pong umaasa po sa amin na pamilya. So hirap kami, so kailangan po talaga namin yung mga madalian tulong po. At saka yun nga po, yung inaano ko po na pagbigay po ng fuel subsidy, sana nga po hindi po mapuputol po yun. At katulad nga po yun, sinabi po ni Sir, nakadiwa po sa laot ay malaking bagay din po kasi doon na po binibili po yung mga isda na huli po ng mga fisherfolks po namin. Tapos binibigyan din po nila sila ng yelo, nakakapaghanap buhay po ulit sila. So malaking bagay po sa amin mangingisda po yun. At saka talagang nagpapasalamat po ako sa Fish Right dahil nga po yung mga inilalapit po namin sa kanila ay eto na po, nararamdaman na po namin. At maraming salamat po sa ating lahat at pasalamatan ko po ang LGU po ng SUPI. Thank you po.
Ms. Morados. She says that she is very thankful for the Fish Right program. They used to think that they were alone in their struggles, but since that program came along, they feel like they're seen, they're validated, and they're definitely supported. She says that Fish Right has not only provided practical training in skills like first aid, but also more importantly, the livelihood part, because that is their biggest struggle at the moment. She talked about she mentioned the calamities earlier, the impact of climate change, and that's what the community is struggling with at the moment, which is that they're unable to go out and make livelihood, as much as they used to do. And so that's what part of what Fish Right has come in and supported, and that's the gap that they've filled. And she hopes that the support will continue because it's definitely been a boon to their community, particularly the fuel subsidies and also the trainings that she says that their community has really, really appreciated. So, yeah, go ahead. So she wants to say one more thing.
Tsaka nga po, may isa pa po akong na sana po matulungan po kami ulit na yung sinusulong po na magkaroon po ng satellite po ng marina po sa PMMA sa Narciso. Sana po ay matuloy na po yun at saka sana nga po ay talagang may tao na po na naka-stay po doon kasi nga po hirap po kami pag mag-expired po yung documents po namin ay lumuluwas pa po kami ng marina po. So maganda po pag meron po na yung satellite po doon sa PMMA sa Narciso, mas malapit na lang po na pag-asikasuhan po namin ng mga documents po namin.
Satellite office, not satellite technology.
Satellite office
Sorry,
po
I
ng
misunderstood.
Marina.
Sorry. Okay, so her last request is that hopefully that they could build a satellite office in Narciso, Zambales, so they could have an office there. A lot of the times when their paperwork expires, they have to go a very long way just to process them. Red tape, but yes. So if we could set up a satellite office there in Narciso, that would also be a big help to them, so they don't miss too many days, with their livelihood, with their work. Okay, and with that, I will close this panel. Thank you so much for your attention. Please give my distinguished panelists a warm round of applause. And may I invite Professor Manhit up back on stage, and also Professor Armada to come back on stage for a quick photo opportunity. Okay, so the much awaited portion, lunch is served, will be served outside the hall. Our next session will begin promptly at 12:45. So we encourage everyone to return to the venue on time as we move into our next set of panel. For the speakers and everyone who's sitting at the table, you don't have to go to the outside. Plated lunch will be served, plated meals will be served to you. Thank you, and please enjoy. Hi, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying your lunch. We're going to kick off again in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, everyone.
Stop. Oh, I had lunch at home.
That's my coffee break. Hi, everyone. Can we all just take our seats again, settle down so we could kick off? All right, I kick off now. So if I could just have everyone else take their seats, settle in. And may I have your attention once again, please? Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a pleasant lunch, had a chance to hobnob, exchange some cards, catch up with, continue with the afternoon sessions. And we are now moving straight into panel 2, which is all about social and resource protection. This panel will explore the intersection of sustainable management of marine and maritime resources and the social protection of coastal communities. Drawing from science, policy, and governance perspectives, today's discussion will highlight both existing and potential strategies to strengthen coastal resilience, conserve biodiversity, and promote inclusive community engagement. So to begin this panel, may I invite, please, our first speaker, Ms. Maria Corazon Ebarvia, Blue Economy ICM and Investment Specialist at the Partnerships in Environmental Management for the Seas of East Asia, or PEMSE, to share her insights. Ms. Ebarvia has also served as consultant for the National State of Ocean and Coasts 2024 report of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Please give her a warm welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be presenting some of the initiatives at the local government level on how to support the fisher folk in terms of their livelihoods and food security and environmental security. Next slide. Okay, so I'll give a background first on what we have in our ocean. So this is our wealth. So our ocean wealth consists of what we have in our economy, that's the ocean economy, and what we have in terms of our coastal and marine ecosystems. So for the ocean economy, the latest one, it was this last year, the amount is around 842 billion pesos, which is about 3 to 4% of our GDP, and it's around $15 billion. But if you look at our coastal and marine ecosystems, we were just able to value the provisioning services in terms of fisheries, coastal recreation, then carbon sequestration, and shoreline protection. So with just those 5 ecosystem services, the value is already $11 to $81 billion. So the value of our coastal and marine resources are much higher than what we have in our produced capital, what we have in our GDP. So it pays to really save our coastal and marine resources because this is where we depend on and rely on for our livelihoods and for our economy, as well as for our climate resilience. So in terms of shoreline protection, and then if you look at the blue carbon, the carbon sequestration value is around $49 billion. So we really have to save our coastal and marine ecosystems. And if we can translate that value into in monetary terms or in financial terms, it can help support our fisher folk and our ocean and our coastal communities. Next. Okay. So what do we have in terms of our economy and how it helps the coastal communities? So fishing, so as you can see in our ocean economy, fishing consists of around 23% of the ocean economy. It's followed by ports and shipping, which are around 20%, and then the manufacture of coastal or marine-based products. Okay. So these are the key activities, our fishing, shipping, and tourism. But we also have other activities in the coastal area. We have shipbuilding, like in this picture, shipbuilding and ship or boat repair. We also have marine renewable energy. So there are about like more than 80 contracts that had been approved for offshore wind power and 11 contracts for ocean energy. Then we also have biotechnology. So a lot of research had been done by from the UP-MSI on possible pharmaceutical products and marine-based natural products from our marine resources. And also, we're using biotechnology also to help our aquaculture industry. Then we also have maritime education, coastal construction. Then the maritime safety and marine environmental protection, this is from the public sector. It's also a key component of the ocean economy. So like last year, the increase in the GVA, the gross value added of maritime safety and marine environmental protection was among the highest or the second highest growth rate among the ocean industries. So the government now is really investing in this sector. Next slide. Okay. Then aside from the produced capital, our ocean economy, and our natural capital, we also have the human and social capital. So there are about 2.5 million people working in the ocean economy. Around 2.4 million, there were already around 2.4 million registered municipal fisher folk. So plus those who are working in the tourism, shipping, and so on. And around 40% of the fisher folk are women. Okay. But the women are involved in gleaning, in fish processing, fish bending, most of the informal activities. That's why most of the ocean governance and management are really more focused on the men fisher folk. But we have to also see the gender differentiated impacts so that we can also have gender responsive and inclusive measures. Okay. So also we have the maritime, cultural, and also the local traditional ecological knowledge. So this has been raised early on. So we can use this traditional ecological knowledge as part of the citizen science in monitoring our fisheries and the coastal marine habitats. And also a lot of the research done by our marine scientists could have not been possible without the help of our local communities, especially the fisher folk, since they have this local knowledge. Next. Okay, but our coastal marine resources are being impacted from different pressures. So the habitat loss. There are no more coral reefs that are in excellent condition, and 18% are in poor condition. we have lost 30 to 50% of our seagrass. At least for mangroves, there's some recovery, but we have only recovered at the level similar to the 1990s level, but not because before it, like we had 400,000 to 500,000 hectares. Now it's only 330,000 hectares. Depleted fish stocks. So 10 in 12 fishing grounds, we experience overfishing. So we have almost depleted our fish stocks. That's why the fisheries production had been going down since 2010. So we have fished already our high valued fish. That's why the catch composition now is of low value fish. That's why also the fisher folk can only get low prices because it's now the low value species. And then compounded by the climate change, and then you have the habitat loss. So in order to recover our fish stocks, there may be a need to maybe have area and time closures to allow our fish and harvest control measures to allow the fish stocks to recover. And then we also have to restore our habitats because without those habitats, where will the fish live? So, and then the habitats are also damaged not just by destructive fishing or conversion to fish ponds, but also by massive reclamation and by pollution. So we have to address these different issues in a comprehensive manner. Okay. Then you have the rising sea levels and coastal erosion. Okay, next. Okay, so the local governments, the local communities, I asked them what do they need to be able to have more sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. So one of the things that they said that if there is area or time closures and harvest control measures, they will need like an alternative livelihood program because they're already the poorest of the poor. 26% poverty incidence, which is higher than the national average. And then you're going to ask them not to fish. So it's like asking them too much. So we have to provide an alternative like fish financial assistance or alternative livelihood. Now, some local government units have already provided local alternative livelihood programs like seaweeds, abalone, oysters. Like in the case of in Pangasinan, the fisher folk there, they said they don't want mussels because it may affect the water quality. So they prefer sea cucumbers, abalone, oysters, so on. But then in one LGU wherein the local government had this seaweed program for the coastal communities as an alternative livelihood, the problem is the lack of sanitation and wastewater treatment. So poor sanitation and we had lunch already. So still the practice of open defecation, pollution, this will again affect the fisheries and the habitats. So there still should be a support for pollution, for water, sanitation, and wastewater management. Okay. And then, of course, the habitat restoration, it has to be massive because it's not just for the fisheries, but also for our shoreline protection and for climate mitigation, for nature-based solutions to climate change. And then we need to develop the capacity of the fisher folk. So you provide them alternative livelihood, but then it's not just the training on raising these different species. They also need training on accounting, business management, because they don't know how to make their livelihood more profitable. Then they also need to how to do proper fish pricing and marketing or do e-commerce like connecting to the apps. But then you need to also have strong Wi-Fi signal. Okay, that's another issue. Okay, so it's a combination of the different support that would be needed to support the fisher folk and the protection of our coastal marine resources for our environmental security, climate security, for food and water security. So it's the whole human security that needs to be protected in a holistic and comprehensive manner and in an inclusive way. So it has to be participatory governance, integrated and sustainable coastal management, and it should be the ridge to reef, not just the coastal marine resources, because a lot of problems also happen in the uplands. So like your siltation, erosion, it will eventually affect your coastal communities. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ibarvia, for that very comprehensive and vivid picture of our maritime resources. Okay, to go from that direction and expand the discussion a little bit from a scientific and biodiversity perspective, we're going to turn to an expert now whose work has long focused on marine ecosystems and coastal conservation. Although Dr. Maria Carmen Lagman, non-resident fellow at the Strat-Based Institute and full professor at the Department of Biology, De La Salle University, Manila, is unable to join us in person today, she has kindly prepared a video recording to share her perspectives. Please have a look at the screen.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Alberto Rosario Institute, for this opportunity to share my thoughts on the topic from margins to mainstream, rethinking coastal poverty in the age of the blue economy. Even if I'm not able to be with you today, I'd like to send greetings to my good friends, Dr. Ben Malayang and Dr. Nigel Armada. So let me start by sharing with you this infographic from the Philippine Statistics Authority. At the top of the graphic, we see that the ocean economy grew by 9.9% in 2023. On the left, we see that the share of both the agriculture, forestry, and fisheries sector and the industry sector to this GDP from ocean economy is actually going down. This is cause of concern for ocean fishing alone, as you'd see from the right, contributes 269.4 billion Philippine pesos, or 28.6%, to our GDP from the ocean economy. So 2.42 million persons are involved or obtain their livelihood from this economy. With the growing decrease in fisheries sector contribution and the amount that the sector actually contributes from fishing, it is again more worrisome that 42.8% of those involved in this industry as livelihood are fishers. Mostly 80% will be coming from coastal communities. At 3.9%, the contribution of the Philippine ocean economy to its GDP is quite low. Let's see how the others have been doing across our neighboring countries. 11.3 in Indonesia, 14 in Thailand, 20 in Vietnam, and 23 in Malaysia. Clearly, there is much room to improve the contribution of the ocean economy to our country's GDP, especially knowing that we are rich in living resources and marine resources in this area. Ironically, the communities most proximate to the rich ocean resources are among the least of us. So the Philippines ranks fourth in ASEAN in terms of poverty occurrence at 15% nationally. But in 9 coastal areas, poverty rate is close to 33%, so that is twice the national average. Now, communities experience multidimensional and generational poverty, one that is not able to circumstances such as a recent employment situation or something like that. Livelihoods in these communities are very unstable. Their incomes are very unstable. They are most vulnerable to threats, and the resources to adapt, relocate, or rebuild is very limited. So let me share with you some of my thoughts on finding solutions. I know they're not new, but maybe it helps to just go through all of them, given that security is largely dependent on the involvement of coastal communities. Firstly, we must increase the incomes from limited resources or catch our fishers obtain from the sea. This can be done by tapping higher value markets, as well as improving value adding to the products that come from the sea. Products from the Philippine Tuna Handline Partnership, for example, have been certified as by the Marine Stewardship Council and would therefore command higher value from those who subscribe to such certifications. We should also encourage our fishers to add value to their products and support the diversification of livelihoods beyond fisheries. The keropok production in the One Island, Indonesia, an example of how to support improved product quality. And it has reaped the benefits for local community of, I think, 50 families of fishers in an island 150 kilometers off mainland Java. Another example, this time with a company sourcing for high quality marine fish for dyeing in the Philippines. So I found them in Shopee. Banica Seafood markets products abroad, and with technology and packaging, they cater to a higher end market that appreciates less fishy odor and puts a premium to quality. We don't want to make everything in this area, but we just want to expand the market, include very high end, and continue with the mass markets as well. Secondly, we should include our fishers more into financing programs and financial literacy. Some areas have cooperatives and even talubogans, but they have to be expanded. This fintech have the benefits of providing fishers with increasing market options, being paid directly by their buyers. More importantly, it induces financial services such as maybe even invest. Such involvement creates confidence and maybe boosts the self-image of our fishers. I believe this is not going to require very big effort. For it seems the Philippines has a cell phone penetration among ages 14 and above of about 90%. And therefore, I'm not just so sure how many of the fishers at the age group would have it. But just looking online, see fishers and fishers groups doing that's going to be difficult. See here on the picture are examples such as Buhay Bangisda and Pamalakayang Pilipino. We need innovations in aquaculture technologies to be more inclusive for coastal fishers. The decrease in fish from the dwindling fishery sector will definitely be augmented by the aquaculture industry, and fishers should be involved in this. Traditionally, we have seaweeds and milkfish from the marine systems, but we should diversify species, products, and systems. Let me elaborate. Products such as scallops, sea cucumbers, sea urchins are just some of the high-value invertebrates, and technologies for aquaculture of these have been developed. Aside from these, we should also look into the developments in the production of biotech products, for example, nutraceuticals, pharmaceuticals, functional feeds, and fermented products from the industry. I, as a scientist, have been exposed to many of those who have been working in this area, and it's about time that we pull out these technologies just to increase the options for our local fishers. Moreover, we must also look into land-based aquaculture. For the small-scale fisher, one of the biggest difficulties in aquaculture is the production and rearing of juveniles. Many of our juvenile species that like fingerlings of bangus or mangrove crabs would be coming out from either the wild or from abroad. And clearly, there is a possibility that local fishers will be involved in the production of these juvenile milkfish and mangrove crabs for aquaculture. Finally, the country should further initiatives towards monetizing on blue carbon. See, the terrestrial counterparts have a few success stories, and though there could be some difficulties, at least they're moving forward. Blue carbon initiatives create protection against storms and erosion for the coastal communities as they preserve their natural habitats such as mangroves and seagrass areas. It's a new funding model for those who would protect these environments and creates incentives for them. So the project should reflect local interests and should protect their rights. And really, they are new areas to improve our climate and social impact outcomes. So I guess I'd like to end with the appeal for the coastal communities in the discussion on blue economy and national security. The benefits these communities can have if they were more able to participate in the efforts to build our ocean economy and increase our marine security as well as food security would be amazing. They have to be more part of the whole system. Thank you very much.
Strong presentation there from Dr. Lagman, and certainly there's lots of room for improvement when it comes to raising the ocean economy's contribution to GDP. To go a little bit further and deepen our understanding of environmental governance and the long-term stewardship of our coastal resources, we're now going to hear from one of the country's most respected environmental scholars. May I call on Dr. Ben Malayang III, Emeritus Professor at Silliman University's Institute of Environmental and Marine Sciences and Adjunct Professor at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, to deliver his insights. Please come up, Professor.
I have a weak knee, so I don't want to go up. But I'll tell you, my weakness has nothing to do with my ability to make some suggestions for you to consider this morning, this afternoon. Anyway, I titled my presentation as Eyes on Genes. Just want to follow through with what some items that Dr. Lagman was putting together. Okay, let me go to the first slide. As you know, in climate science, there is a term called climate departure, which means that climate will have some features and behavior that's totally different from what has been known earlier. So in human resource interactions, there can also be what is called a departure in this pattern of human resource interaction. At the very beginning, we had a culture of open access to organisms. But when population started to grow up and densified, we began to control open access to these organisms. It was really about harvesting and eating the organisms that we see in our environment. So it was a so-called a material economy. But then a departure is beginning to happen, and it has already begun. And the second slide, please. We are now going into a culture of open access of information. Instead of consuming organisms, we're now trying to look into the information that are available in these organisms in order to produce novel products and new products. And so now we are from a culture of open access to information, we're now going into a culture of controlled access as what is indicated in the Treaty on the High Seas. Everybody's getting interested into the genetic aspects of organisms. And so from a material economy, we're now going into a information economy, especially feeding into the so instead of consuming the fish and catching the fish, we're looking at the genes of the fish, as well as for purposes of biotechnology applications. Dr. Lagman was talking about the biotechnology aspect. I'm talking about the genetic resources that feed into the biotechnology. And as you know, it's not only the fish. It could also be microbiota. All right, next slide, please. And this is for good reason. For me, the genes of our biota are now the living gold, the new living gold. Global biotech has been estimated by some to have been $1.77 trillion in 2024, and it rose to $5.71 trillion by 2034. It's estimated to do that. And yet, while global biotech is of this in the trillions of dollars, the Philippines is among the world's top reservoirs of marine genetic resources. And so you could just see that we have here an opportunity to use our marine genetic resources as a sort of living equity, sustainable equity towards the global biotechnology. If you compare this, while we are talking of trillions of dollars in just the getting information from the genes of our marine organisms, fisheries, the global fisheries market is only in the millions of dollars. Now you can compare it also to hydrocarbon, which is of course higher, but hydrocarbons are diminishing resources, whereas genetics will be continuing evolution, can be sustainable, and in fact improve over time if we do things right. So next slide, please. So I'm suggesting that a marine genetic resource-based resource system that creates a value system from safe, equitable, and culturally and ecologically sensitive use of marine genetic information for pharmaceuticals and other products can be a big item, ticket item from the West Philippine Sea. And it will have two effects. The first is the socio-economic effect. It could increase incomes and improve social and economic protection and security for Filipinos. It could be reinvested towards that end. And it could have an ecological effect because it would ease current pressure on the organisms, because now we are shifting the pressure for income on the genes of these organisms. Basically, just like that. Of course, this is a little bit simple at this time, but this can be made more complex by the scientists as they go along. So next slide. I end with this slide. This is my suggested schema for enhanced MGR-based social protection and human ecological securities of fishers and coastal communities in the West Philippine Sea. And marine genetic resources in the West Philippine Sea are already protected, and we are regulating them now. As again, it's already controlled access as part of our national territory, patrimony, and EEZ. We have bioprospecting regulations, national biosafety framework, etc., etc. The question is, how can we build an ecosystem from out of this? First, for example, fishers and coastal communities can be acting out to be for surveillance and sampling. We can train, just like what they did in Costa Rica, they can train indigenous peoples, and in our case, coastal communities, to be on the lookout for no organisms that can possibly contain innovative at saka mga novel genetic constructs. And they can partner with academe, industry, and government, so that with this ecosystem, we will shift from an organism-based income and development pressure in the West Philippine Sea to a information-based. I have a feeling, just a feeling, that some countries are interested in the West Philippine Sea because of our genetic resources. Not so much the surface, not so much the area, not so much the organisms, but the genetic resources that could be very endemic in the area and could be very diverse, more than in anywhere in the world. As you know, we are part of the center of global biodiversity, marine biodiversity. So I'd like to suggest this as a consideration so that we shift our attention not only from the military, constabulary, and diplomatic aspects of addressing the situation in the West Philippine Sea, but let's look at not only the bigger picture, but also the smallest picture, the genes. They might as well give us more opportunity than we think. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Malayang, for that incredibly fascinating presentation. I learned a lot. I don't know about you, but what you often hear is that these waterways are contested because of the oil, right? The allegedly billions of barrels of oil. But that's an interesting theory that could also be potential because of the marine genetic resources. Oh no, I'm so sorry. You're part of the panel, so I have to call you back in. We're now going to proceed to the open forum. So I had to call back on stage Miss Maria Corazon Ebarvia, Dr. Lagman is not here, Maria Carmen Lagman, and also Dr. Ben Malayang III. Similar with our first panel, it's crucial, of course, that we hear the lived experiences of our coastal communities who directly depend on healthy marine ecosystems for their livelihoods. And so with that, we have with us Mr. Edwin Galicia. He is the Public Relations Officer of the Palawan United Commercial Fisherfolk Association, Inc., to share his perspectives. This session will be moderated by Dr. Mary Christery Baleva, non-resident fellow at the Strat-Based Institute. Dr. Baleva, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Baleva, and it's always a pleasure to be involved in strat-based events where discussions are compelling and inspiring. So this afternoon, we'll see how we have our very special guests who have given us their insights, especially moving forward as we move on to blue economy. One of my questions, and it's for all of you, is that how do we ensure that we have a balance between large-scale fisheries within the blue economy ecosystem and community livelihoods? Because one of the dangers could be focusing too much on large-scale industries and putting community livelihood in the sidelines. So how do we get that balance?
Okay. Actually, if you look at the fisheries sector, it's more than 50% is like aquaculture. Then the other 50% is municipal fisheries. Commercial fisheries is like only 20%. So yeah, the focus here is really to how to enhance the productivity and sustainability of the municipal fisheries. Okay, and then how to make the aquaculture, because the aquaculture you also have the small scale and large scale, but most of these are also like backyard ponds, so on. So we don't really have that large scale fisheries. Even our commercial fisheries, the boats are still relatively small. We don't really have the big fishing fleets. Okay, so the focus really here now is how to enhance the productivity of the municipal fisheries, and then how to protect the coastal and marine resources on which they rely on for their livelihood. Okay, and then another point is, for example, in one local government, they have already addressed, according to the fisherfolk, there's no more dynamite fishing and cyanide fishing. So every like amihan, because of the connectivity issue, so the larva and the sardines would come to their area. But the problem is with this oversupply of fish, but there's no the value chain, like the canneries, the bottling, and so on. So they're not able to sell the fish, and then they throw the excess fish back to the water, and then the rotten fish will just cause another pollution, which then affect the other aquaculture and alternative livelihood like the seaweeds. So you address one problem, but then you cause another problem. So um, it should be more holistic. Like if you address cyanide fishing, dynamite fishing, now if you have oversupply of fish, what happens? So there should still be the value chain so that you're able to process the fish instead of them throwing the fish back to the sea and then causing pollution and then affecting the other industries.
Thank you. You mentioned, ma'am, that the incidence of cyanide fishing is in the decline. I would like to ask Mr. Galicia. Yeah, not in all cases, but at least there's a trend that's moving toward that. I'd like to ask Mr. Galicia. We rely so much on our fisher folk, fish and fish products. Fish and fish products make so much of a part of the Filipinos' diet. And so I'd like to ask, as heroes of the Philippine diet, no, and the Philippine economy. We keep hearing about what they need and what their challenges are. My question is, what is it that fisher folks also contribute apart from what we know are your livelihoods to protect the ecosystems that form such a part of your livelihood?
Sa amin po ay kagaya na sinabi ni Admiral kanina, kailangang maturuan muna na mahalin ng mga tao yung ating karagatan, yung ating coastal, at ipakita sa kanila, i-educate sila kung gaano kahalaga ang lugar pangisdaan. No? Sapagkat kung hindi natin makukuha yung kanilang at hindi aayon kahit anong train mo sa kanila na sige, yung product natin ay ganito, kung wala sa isip ay useless yung binibigay ng mga lectures o mga turo ng ating tagapagturo. Kaya kinakailangan talagang matrain. Example na po sa amin, sa pamilya ko ay ako ay lumaking mangingisda mula sa maliit at talagang tinuruan ako ng aking magulang na mahalin ang karagatan sapagkat doon kami nabubuhay. At doon sa amin sa Rizal, Palawan ay halos mahirap yung mga isda doon. Yung iba ay walang tinapos. Kaya kinakailangan talaga maturuan sila kung paano ma-process, kung bawa yung sobra-sobra. Talang totoo po yun na talang iba ay nasasayang lang kapag ginamitan ng mga maliliit na mga mess ng net. Kaya nasasayang po yun. Kaya dumating sa point na talagang ako ay naging advocate para matutunan kung ano ang talagang magandang pamamaraan para ma-process o kung ano mapakinabangan yung ating yamang dagat. Gusto ko lang sabihin sa inyo na ang Palawan, West Philippine Sea Palawan ay mayaman sa yamang dagat na kung saan talagang sinabi nila yun ang the last frontier na kaya bilang advocate sa mga ganitong mga kalagayan ay sinisikap ko. Kaya nagsuumpisa po ako sa aking pamilya. No? Kaya ang aking dalawa lang po ang aking anak, yung aking panganay ay talagang kinuha niya ang fisheries na kurso at siya ay nakatapos ng kapapasalan niya sa board. At dahil sa kanyang pagpursige na tinuruan ko siya na mahalin ang dagat, nasa WPU siya, Western Philippines University, nasa na po siya, sa research, assistant researcher. At talagang siya ang nagtuturo rin sa akin kung paano pahalagahan yung ating batas. Lalo higit yung Republic Act 8550. Kaya sabi ko talagang kinakailangan na pangatawanan at talagang ipakilala natin sa lautig sa komunidad. Yung aming lugar mga kaibigan ay talagang halos mahirap. Kaya kung sa mga project na mangyari ng ganito, mahirap pa silang ipamulat sa kanila. Kaya yung utay-utay. Kaya doon sa amin yung mga association, bilang pag-ano po ng aming aquamarine technician, sinikap namin sa 11 barangays ng Rizal ay talagang nagkaroon po kami ng 34 association, yung maliit na association, at doon na medyo na po yung mga illegal. Kung titingnan po natin yung ating kuwan ng PCSD at ng Maritime, yung record ng Rizal Palawan ay noon dahil sa illegal na mga pamamaraan. Pero ngayon, dahil sa mga association na talagang na-promote namin yung kaayusan sa ating karagatan, ay naging active yung kahit yung mga Muslim natin na kaibigan na naging member ng mga association at pinapalagan kung gaano kahalaga ang mga yamang dagat, lalo tigit dun sa West Philippine Sea, Palawan.
Salamat po. Please allow me to try to translate that. So Mr. Galicia said that foremost is learning to love our resources, learning to see how important our marine and aquatic ecosystems are, and the capacity building opportunities that they have been enjoying have been helping foster that love for the environment because they know how important it is for their livelihoods. And one of the things that he mentioned is that there are associations that are involved and are learning more sustainable ways of fishing. And these initiatives are practically being handed down to generations, given that his son, for example, is studying fisheries and is also teaching him about laws and sustainable practices. But one of the things that he's really proud of is that the associations are growing stronger, that there's more cooperation among the fisher folk. And so there is a lot of sharing of information, sharing of knowledge, and that sense of community that allows them to make fishing in Palawan more sustainable because they see that Palawan is so rich in marine resources. And at the same time, there's also a call for action for more support for our fisher folk and an appreciation for the work that they do. I hope I did justice to your most wonderful answer. And just because you mentioned that dahil po nabanggit ninyo na nag-aral ng fisheries yung anak ninyo, I just want to ask Dr. Malayang if there is growing interest in our youth to learn about the biological sciences and the fishery sectors, the agricultural sectors, because we see you're very young and you look very young looking and you're the foremost of our scientists. But at some point, we need more scientists on our side. So is there a growing interest in our youth?
I don't know where you're going with that. Unfortunately, not many young people are interested in the primary productivity sector anymore. There's less youth interested in agriculture, less youth interested in fisheries. I think we know that because we know the enrollment in these courses are declining. Nonetheless, these are just indicative of probably a continuing culture of extraction and consumption as the way to go. I can understand that for most everybody, extraction, consumption, is still the way to go. And it can go on for as long as we're able to put in more measures in controlling these. But I'd like to kind of put the rain on the parade on this. I really don't think it will go on like that. For as long as population continues to rise, and for as long as technology continues to improve, I think there's need for us to shift the direction of our consumption and the direction of our production. Just like how David Ricardo would probably anticipate it to happen. If we continue to eat fish for as long as the fish are being extracted more than they are able to reproduce themselves, we will just eat up all the fish. But if we get into looking at the genetic information from the fish and then, as has been done, synthesize into products that can still be consumed, but not anymore the organism, then maybe that's the way to go in the future. It's a little bit unimaginable now, and everybody might remember Soylent Green, but Soylent Green was a kind of far off, made out of human body. But I'm talking of many novel products now are being made out of synthetics. Even petroleum can be synthesized. Microbes, genetic information from microbes, enzymes, and proteins can be synthesized. And I think that's the way to go. I don't know exactly where and to how, to what extent, but my point is this. The culture of consumption and extraction may not be really sustained. into the farther future. We may need to begin to see that instead of pure leather shoes, we have to settle for rubber shoes. And one of these days, our food patterns and even the nature of our foods may have to change from direct consumption to something like products of innovation. That's just my view. You don't have to agree with that.
Thank you, Dr. Malaya. Ms. Evaria would like to add something.
Yeah, in terms of the marine science education, there's really very low enrollment in marine science, biology, geology, and oceanography. But then you can also look at how, because most of the products or the outputs of our marine scientists, like the research, the R&D is not connected to commercial deployment. Okay, that's why we're not making money out of that, like our biotechnology, our genes. There are already studies like sea snails that can produce medicines as painkillers for malaria, for AIDS, for cancer, and so on. But then there's no commercial deployment. Okay, so that's another one. But there should be like more connection or linkage between the government that's funding all this R&D and the private sector that will apply the outputs of the research. So that can also help our fisher folk. Like there's the access and benefits sharing scheme. So how the coastal communities can also share in the benefits from this knowledge, like the genes.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, sir.
I just like to follow through on that. My point is like the case of erythromycin. Erythromycin is a billion-dollar industry, but the basic genetic information used to make that came from a microbe in Iloilo. And yet, the Philippines, nor even the Filipino who was able to extract that microbe or assay that microbe, got nothing. And so, if we could have something like a erythromycin like that and did it right as a part of the patrimonial governance of our genetic resources, and do it for so many other genetic resources that are still probably undiscovered in our West Philippine Sea, I can just imagine the kind of economy that we could, really produce. So this is the kind of thing that I think we need to think beyond just doing what we keep on doing.
Having talked about genetic resources, let's go back to living gold. How do we harness that living gold to improve fish stocks and to restore the quality of fish catch, having heard earlier that our fish stocks are being depleted at a very fast pace?
Well, my examples and my earlier contention was just extracting prospecting the genetic information and then applying it to industry. That's just, but there's also another aspect to biotechnology, like bioengineering, genetic engineering, where you can use this information, genetic information, to augment the ability of the organism to resist diseases as well as reduce their vulnerability to certain risks and threats. This can also be done. But it's a major issue right now because the issue is really not that it can be done, but how it's done. That sometimes we need to do it in a legal way because there is an international CBD and national biosafety framework. If only we could do it the right way, in ecologically sensitive, socially sensitive, etc., that too can be done. Gene editing, for example, is already being done. And sans the controversies, they have the potential. if done right. So this could improve our fish stocks. In fact, it's being used already. It's referenced in aquaculture to improve their ability to resist diseases and pests. So it could be done. And that is where, and yet the genetic information, the technology cannot be done without that genetic information. And this could all be lying right there under the sea, in the West Philippine Sea.
And of course, one of the objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity is the fair and equitable sharing of benefits from genetic resources, from the use of genetic resources. Mabalik po tayo sa inyo, Sir Galicia. Ano naman po ang mga nakikita ninyong polisiya na pwedeng maipatupad o pwedeng i-develop para mas maging para makatulong sa mga ating mga isda?
Sa amin po sa Rizal, Palawan o sa West Philippine Sea, Palawan, hindi lang po yung product namin ay yung maliliit na mga isda. Isa sa pinakang namin ay giant squid, blue marlin, tuna, galunggong at grouper. At yan ang talagang nais namin na may preserve. At isa sa mga research ng anak ko ay yung sa giant squid. At yun ang halimbawa may process ng tama kasi ang nakikinabang po ng giant squid ay ibang bansa, export. Kaya kung mayroong processing na dito sa Pilipinas na makikitaan sapagkat bago lang po namin, mga 2 years pa lang na namin na-discover ang giant squid, ay malaki pala ang kwan doon sa West Philippine Sea. Lalo na doon sa Sabina Shoal, Bombay Shoal at Royal Captain, na kung saan na doon na yung pangharas talaga na hindi namin naabot. Kaya sa pagbaba dito ay nandun competition talaga na pero ang Chinese kami lang nakano doon pero sana dumating ang time na talagang para kasi gusto talaga namin na ma-improve ang Palawan at talagang ma-prepare at ma-preserve yung magandang mga produkto na nandoon na kukuha. Kaya nais ko lang pong na i-encourage talaga yung mga Palawenyo na mahalin ang kalikasan at turuan po talaga sila kung paano na mawala yung illegal activities doon, no? Kaya salamat sa Fish Right na talagang palaging nag-initiate at yung Congress nung November 12, nakita po namin talaga na very effective na pag-uwi namin doon sa aming mga sa bayan ay na-encourage sila na sige turuan mo po kami, dapat magkaroon tayo ng mga seminars at itong sa mga processing litigation sa genetics mga kaibigan ay napaka-importante. At gusto po namin matutunan yon at aking i-encourage bilang part na para makatulong sa mga makatulong at yung talagang yung response po namin ay i-encourage po sila at sana yung pagtingin sa amin ng mga mahihirap na mga isda ay maging isang talagang napakalaking bagay po yan na aming tatanungin na utang na loob po sa inyo kung ito ay materialize po.
Salamat po. So there's a species of fish. Giant squid. There's a species of giant squid, not fish, that is abundant in Palawan, particularly in Sabina Shoal. And our fisher folk in Palawan have started fishing there and are seeing very good prospects. But they also know, they're also experiencing difficulties just because that these catches are often exported rather than processed here in the Philippines. And so there is a need for policies and programs that would develop and help our fisher folk to have the capacity to not just fish these species sustainably, but also to be able to process them and to market them. In fact, he also mentioned that his son did a study on the giant squid, and that's something that is very encouraging for them. Also encouraging for our fisher folk are the initiatives of Fish Ride. He's very thankful. He's also very thankful for opportunities like this, where they are able to express their sentiments and let us know what they need and what their contributions are. Because there's also a need for us to appreciate and see and to see the importance of the work of our fisher folk, and give them the due that they deserve. Speaking of policies, and perhaps this is my last question for now, so that the audience can also ask their questions. What policy gaps are we looking at? I know that the Blue Economy Bill is pending in Congress, but what sort of other policy gaps do we need to address, do we need to fill, so that our community fisher folks and indigenous peoples who live in coastal areas are also protected and are also supported?
Okay. So there are already a lot of policies. The problem is more on the implementation, okay, and enforcement. But in terms of like the support for the fisheries, the value chain, the problem is like the capacity, the gaps in capacity and financing. So we need to have more climate smart practices, technologies, and infrastructure. How do you typhoon proof the municipal fish ports or the community fish landing centers? They also need cold storage to be able to store what they catch, and then the processing facilities, and that would need both the facilities, the capacity, and the financing. And then the policy support would be in terms of the enabling environment, like the support from the government and the national government. So like now, BIFAR is implementing the Fisheries and Coastal Resilience Project, or FishCore. And it provides both the enabling side, like training the local governments and the communities on integrated coastal management, marine spatial planning, sustainable fisheries and aquaculture, at the same time also providing alternative livelihoods, and then the infrastructure that is needed to support this alternative or supplemental livelihood. So, but then it's not just the processing or fish drying, but they also need capacity on how to package, brand, and sell these products. They need access to markets and access to financing, but they also need the capacity on how to access these technologies and financing. They need capacity on how to do business management so that it will become profitable. Because like after the first harvest, they will just get the earnings. But then, in business management, you have to reinvest a portion of the money. That's what they also need, the accounting, and then how to also access the insurance, so that if there's a calamity or a typhoon, how can they avail of the insurance? Because not all fisher folk are aware of the crop insurance policy or program of the government. So it's a lot of it's the entire value chain that needs to be developed, and then the policy support would be more on the enabling environment, so that the fisher folk will have access to these technologies and financing.
Thank you. Perhaps, Dr. Ben, you can answer that from the perspective of science-based environmental diplomacy.
Actually, there's so much in the West Philippine Sea under it that we still need to know. And not until we know what treasury we have in that West Philippine Sea would we and our neighbors begin to appreciate that there's need to really conserve, protect, and sustain that area of the South China Sea. If you look at the South China Sea is basically just a big pond of water. Ingress and egress from that body of water is very limited. Malacca, and then towards the Batanes, and then towards the Mindanao. So the productivity of the West Philippine Sea, this is the biggest reef system in the whole South China Sea, is critical to sustaining the entire South China Sea. But the thing is, we don't know exactly to what extent the economies of Vietnam, China, and all other coastal countries around the South China Sea are really dependent on the productivity of the West Philippine Sea. And so my suggestion is that the Philippines really consider, I talked to Jay about this earlier, consider seriously leading and initiating under UNCLOS, because we can do, multilateral science enterprises and open science in the West Philippine Sea, to be able to know more of what we have there that can be used for the benefit not only of the Philippines, but of the coastal countries around the South China Sea. We need to know the sciences we need to know the ecological interdependence of the South China Sea, and based on and anchored on the ecological productivity of the of the West Philippine Sea. We need to put in an initiative to really promote science diplomacy, open science, and multilateral scientific collaboration, the West Philippine Sea. Not just for the Philippines, but for the rest of the coastal regions around the South China Sea. If we know more about South China Sea, then you will be able to, as Sir said, we can love it more and take care of it and even sustain it. Those who don't know about it do not have investments on doing something about it. But once we know something, then probably we can invest on sustaining the West Philippine Sea. Not just the Philippines, but even China itself would want to invest on sustaining the West Philippine Sea. That's my view. So I hope that can also be considered as a policy option other than just the military and constabulary option to address the belligerence of China.
Yeah. Yeah, just to add to that, also the West Philippine Sea is important for the connectivities, like the larva. The larva, the fish, the corals, come from the West Philippine Sea, going to the in the Philippines, like going to the Sulu Sea and our inland seas. So it depends on like the monsoon. So there's a season wherein we are accepting this larva. And then there's also a season wherein we are exporting the larva. So like during Amihan, the northeast monsoon, the circulation would be like the larva would be coming to the Philippines. But during southwest monsoon, we are exporting the larva outside. So other countries are also benefiting from our larva. At the same time, during the northeast monsoon, we are benefiting from them. So there has to be also a recognition of these connectivities, the ecological connectivities. That's why we need to protect the West Philippine Sea, not just for us, but it also for the fisheries of the other countries.
And this is not true just for marine resources, it's also for migrating birds and other species. Know that these are important connectivities. And just as an update, the whale shark has been added to the appendix in CITES. CITES is ongoing now, and the Philippines had very recently ratified the BBNJ agreement. So those are very good steps that we're making. Apologies, but there's actually, we can talk for hours about this, but there's no more time for us in this panel. But questions, if you have questions, please approach our panelists directly. And please allow me to just echo with what Mr. Galicia said, that it is so important for us to love our ecosystems, love our marine resources, our terrestrial resources, because this is the web of life and we're part of biodiversity. And so with that, we would like to thank our excellent panelists and very thought-provoking presentations and insights. And may I request Professor Manhit to join us for our photos, and please. Maybe I can stand here with Dr. Malayang. Finally, I'm a bit.
May I also invite Professor
we can have her photo down lang.
Professor Armada, can I invite you to come up on stage to join them? Thank you, everyone, for that fascinating discussion. And thank you, Dr. Baleva, for leading the conversation. And that brings me to our third and final panel for the day, which is also very exciting. It's on regional maritime governance. So this panel brings together members of the diplomatic community to discuss strategic partnerships that support maritime domain awareness and to share best practices from comparable regional initiatives. Our conversation will explore how solidarity across the Indo-Pacific can strengthen local resilience and enhance collective responses to shared maritime challenges, especially in the face of unilateral actions that threaten regional stability and undermine freedoms guaranteed under international law. And to kick off the panel, may I invite His Excellency Mark Innes Brown, PSM Ambassador of Australia to the Philippines, to deliver his remarks. Please give him a warm round of applause.
There we are. Thank you, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. This is a very important subject, and I'm very pleased that there's been a sort of increased focus on these maritime issues during the 4 months that I've been here. But just to acknowledge a few people, Professor Manhit, my esteemed diplomatic colleagues, honourable Philippine officials, and other people present here today. Magandang hapon. As you know, many of you know, Australia and the Philippines share an enduring friendship, and next year we are pleased to mark 80 years of diplomatic relations. In 2023, our two leaders, President Marcos and Prime Minister Albanese, signed a strategic partnership, and we committed to work together to maintain a peaceful, stable, and prosperous region. Many of our partners share this same goal. And as our Foreign Minister Penny Wong often says, we all share a responsibility to shape the region that we want to share. So I thank StratBase for inviting me to speak today and for shining a spotlight on the role Australia plays in promoting regional stability and upholding international law. As we all know, our shared vision for a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Indo-Pacific is being challenged. When President Marcos visited Australia last year, he said, quote, "Just as we fought to build our rules-based international order, so we are now fighting to protect it," end quote. So how is Australia assisting the Philippines to do just that? In 2024, our two countries signed an MOU on enhanced maritime cooperation, recognising the importance of joint efforts and practical action. This MOU spans the full scope of our maritime cooperation, including civil maritime security, maritime domain awareness, defence cooperation, and promoting respect for international law. I'm pleased to report that we've been working hard to turn this commitment into practical outcomes. This includes through our former Philippine Civil Maritime Security Program, which was worth $9 million. The embassy has worked hard to deliver law of the sea training to almost 850 Philippine government officials, and also funded maritime policy and law postgraduate scholarships. In early 26, next year, which is not far away now, the embassy will officially launch the next phase of Australia's civil maritime investment in the Philippines with a doubled funding allocation of $18 million, which is 689 million pesos at today's exchange rate. And this will run for 4 years. This investment will retain a strong focus on equipment, capacity building assistance, and exchange and scholarship opportunities. At the same time, that's a bilateral initiative. At the same time, we have a regional initiative, and we're continuing to invest up to 64 million Australian dollars in our regional maritime partnerships. The Philippines continues to be a major beneficiary of this. At last count, 23 million of that assistance had flowed to the Philippines and counting. So this investment continues to deliver real maritime domain awareness dividends for partners across the region. Allow me to briefly explain how this initiative is delivering for the Philippines civil maritime agencies, particularly the Philippines Coast Guard. In 2024, Australia was proud to donate 4 water markers to provide PCG vessels with potable water, allowing for extended mission times during deployment at sea. Last year, we also donated very high-frequency radios to the Coast Guard in Palawan, bolstering the PCG's ability to respond to maritime incidents and emergencies, coordinate maritime operations, and also supporting the PCG's modernisation efforts. We've also since committed to procuring additional radio infrastructure to further extend their operational range. In April this year, the embassy was again proud to donate 20 state-of-the-art aerial drones and associated training to the PCG's Aviation Command with more than $1 million or 36 million pesos. These drones have had a real-world impact, including use in maritime security operations, search and rescue missions, humanitarian assistance, and also disaster relief responses. That's why on the 9th anniversary of the 2016 Arbitral Award in July, the embassy also announced we would provide up to $3 million of additional drones and uncrewed maritime domain awareness technology training over coming years. I'm pleased to say this additional support has already begun to flow. 2 weeks ago, 10 PCG officers travelled to Melbourne to undertake specialised fixed-wing drone training. This Train the Trainer initiative included theoretical field activities to enhance the PCG's training capabilities. Last week, Australian experts travelled to the Philippines to deliver specialised drone-operated training to 30 PCG officers, spanning night and daytime operations and maintenance. These initiatives demonstrate Australia's steadfast commitment to supporting the PCG's maritime domain awareness capabilities and enhancing regional responses to shared maritime challenges. But we know improving maritime domain awareness capabilities are only one part of the picture. We also need to invest in collaboration between operational agencies and policymakers to translate data into action. That's why in 2025, Australia worked with the Presidential Office for Maritime Concerns to deliver 2 strategic analysis communications courses at the prestigious Australian National University. 34 participants from 9 agencies completed programs aimed at developing their ability to analyse data and complex strategic problems, and then use that analysis to deliver policy recommendations to decision makers. This is fundamental to maritime domain awareness and maritime security, which is why we have committed to delivering this course again in 2026. We are also taking our defence cooperation to new and exciting levels. In August this year, Australia's Deputy Prime Minister, the Honourable Richard Marles MP, met Secretary of National Defence Teodoro here in Manila for the 2nd Philippines-Australia Defence Ministers meeting. A key outcome of that was the signing of a statement of intent on enhanced defence cooperation, committing us to focus on priority areas to guide activities, training and interoperability. Again, I'm pleased to say in the maritime space that work is already well underway. Maritime security and territorial defence are key pillars of Australia's Defence Cooperation Program, which is delivered and developed to the requirements of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Through the program, Australia and the Philippines are working together to build the professionalism, capability, readiness, and interoperability of our armed forces. Joint exercises also remain a key component of our defence cooperation. Only months ago in August, shortly after I arrived, Australia and the Philippines participated in Exercise Alon, a demonstration of our interoperability and sophisticated collective training. In that exercise, over 3,600 personnel deployed alongside land, sea and air assets, and Alon 25 was the largest exercise Australia conducted internationally this year. But it doesn't end there. Earlier this year, the Philippines participated in Exercise Talisman Sabre in Australia, the largest military exercise in the Southern Hemisphere. Meanwhile, Australia again participated in the Philippines' premier exercise, Balikatan. This is where I'd like to shift my focus to Australia's contributions to regional security through multilateral engagement. Our commitment to multilateral defence cooperation was again reaffirmed by our Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Miles, in November this year, through a clear vision to foster closer cooperation with the US, Japan, and the Philippines. This marked the fifth meeting of our respective defence leaders in the last 3 years, underscoring our ongoing commitment to advancing a shared vision for a free, open Indo-Pacific. We are proudly delivering on this commitment, participating in 4 maritime cooperation activities this year. These MCAs help to uphold rights, obligations, and freedoms under international law, such as respect for freedom of navigation and overflight under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Our diplomatic lines of effort complement this approach. Australia recognises that ASEAN holds the centre of our region and it is key to its stability and security. We respect ASEAN systems of rules, norms, and the agreements that enhance our collective security and prosperity. That's why, as a comprehensive strategic partner of ASEAN, Australia is prioritising work with its member states to enhance maritime security and uphold international law. Through investments like the $64 million civil maritime program I mentioned earlier, Australia is delivering a range of initiatives to support UNCLOS in our region. This cooperation supports both the ASEAN Maritime Outlook and the Maritime Pillar of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. As an ASEAN comprehensive strategic partner and the Philippines strategic partner, Australia stands ready to support further regional initiatives the Philippines, as ASEAN chair, may wish to prioritise to promote maritime security and uphold international law in the year ahead. In closing, let me reaffirm that Australia remains steadfastly committed to working with the Philippines and the region to improve maritime capabilities and oversight, uphold international law, and contribute to our collective security and prosperity for the years to come. I look forward to a fruitful panel discussion in a few minutes. My sincere thanks to you for being here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Ernest Brown, for that very insightful remarks. Double funding allocation are exactly the words we want to hear. No, but seriously, we do know that Australia's been stepping up its support of the Philippine Coast Guard in recent years. So next, we're going to hear from a nation that has consistently championed rules-based order, strong regional cooperation, and resilient maritime governance across the Indo-Pacific. We have with us Her Excellency Catherine McIntosh, Ambassador of New Zealand to the Philippines, to deliver her remarks. Please welcome Ambassador McIntosh warmly.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Thank you so much, Stratbrace, for bringing us together today. Like the Philippines and many partners here, maritime security is fundamental to New Zealand. As an island nation, the sea is our lifeline for trade, communities, and for prosperity. And in fact, New Zealand's EEZ is vast. It's one of the largest in the world. And our approach is guided by New Zealand's Maritime Security Strategy, updated in 2024, which reinforces respect for international law, including UNCLOS, and sets a collaborative vision for a safe, stable, and secure Pacific and wider Indo-Pacific. No country can tackle maritime challenges alone. So let me briefly highlight 3 areas where New Zealand is working with partners to strengthen regional maritime governance. Number 1, through our Pacific Maritime Safety Program, funded by New Zealand's Development Corporation and implemented by Maritime New Zealand, we support partner countries to improve maritime safety and environmental protection. Current partners include Cook Islands, Kiribati, Niue, Samoa, Tokelau, Tonga, and Tuvalu. And this work is practical and community level. Education for artisanal fishers and even schools. Strengthening domestic vessel standards. Training for search and rescue and pollution response. And support to update maritime regulations and build the capability to administer it. These are long-term systems levels improvements that save lives and protect ecosystems. The second area is beneath the waves, where the Pacific's submarine cables carry almost all international communications, vital for emergency response, commerce, and everyday life. Their vulnerability is real. The Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcanic eruption cut Tonga's cables, isolating communities and complicating relief efforts, a real eye-opener for the region. And that's why New Zealand supports regional efforts to build redundancy and resilience. A good example is Google's Pacific Connect initiative, where we're working with partners, including our mates Australia and Australian company Vocus, which is expanding trans-Pacific routes and adding a spur to Auckland, creating diverse paths and increased capacity across our region, with service expected in 2026. The third area we're investing in is maritime domain awareness tools that give agencies a real-time picture of what's happening across vast ocean spaces. The Indo-Pacific Regional Information Sharing Platform, or IORIS, supported by the EU's Crimario program, helps partners coordinate operations, share information securely, and manage multi-agency responses across the Indo-Pacific. In New Zealand, government agencies have also adopted Starboard, a sovereign New Zealand platform created by New Zealand company Starboard Maritime Intelligence. Starboard approves our ability to detect and respond to threats, from IUU fishing to critical infrastructure protection, with a common operating picture managed by the National Maritime Coordination Centre. Starboard systems are also in use in the Pacific Islands Forum Fisheries Agency. And what's important is complementarity between these systems. And New Zealand is excited to be supporting the development of an interface. So the 17 countries of the Forum Fisheries Agency who have access to both IORIS and Starboard systems can log in through one system. As part of New Zealand's uplift with the Philippines towards comprehensive partnership and the celebration of 60th anniversary of diplomatic relations next year, we held this year an inaugural maritime dialogue with the Philippines in June. And there we also identified relevant opportunities which we're actively pursuing, such as further discussions on surveillance capabilities for enforcement of fisheries regulations to combat IUU fishing. And as the Philippines prepares to chair ASEAN in 2026, there's an opportunity to champion inclusive, practical maritime governments, prioritizing interoperability of platforms, community resilience, and evidence-based decision-making, whilst reinforcing the rules-based order. New Zealand, as an ASEAN dialogue partner of 50 years and a founding member of the Pacific Islands Forum, stands ready to work with ASEAN members and our Pacific neighbors on these priorities. So in short, safer seas, resilient connectivity, and smarter monitoring delivered together. That's how we strengthen local resilience and collective responses to shared maritime challenges. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataong makibahagi. We look forward to continuing this partnership across our Indo-Pacific neighborhood.
Thank you, Ambassador McIntosh, and A for effort for your Tagalog. And absolutely right, and inclusive and practical. Not forgetting the second word there, practical maritime governance framework is what we should all be working towards. I was supposed to also introduce the Indonesian ambassador to the Philippines, Ambassador Agus Widojo, but unfortunately, I just found out that he won't be with us today because he has recently been hospitalized. So we wish him a full and speedy recovery and wish him all the very best. So next up, to complete the panel, we are going to turn to another key partner in safeguarding of peace, stability, and lawful conduct in the region. We are also privileged today to have His Excellency Lai Tai Bin, the Ambassador of Vietnam to the Philippines, to share his message. Ambassador Lai, please give him a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me say thank you very much for invitation to speak at this very important and timely forum. And like the Philippines and a lot of countries in the region, the South China Sea is very important to Vietnam, and including for the economy, the community. For Vietnam, we have about 20% of our population living by the sea. So every 5 Vietnamese people you meet, maybe one of them will be or is living or has been living by the sea. And as you can see that from our seashore to the most remote area of Vietnam, no major cities in Vietnam is farther than 500 kilometers. It means we all have access to the sea, and the South China Sea is very important to our life. And the South China Sea also connect Vietnam to the Philippines and the international community. So it is a great honor to join you today at the forum, Eyes on the Sea, community-based maritime monitoring and reporting in the West Philippine Sea. I'd like to say thank you so much. And as we gather here in Manila, we are reminded of the shared developments of our nation in the region, where the sea is not just a resource, but a lifeline for millions. Vietnam shared the region's concerns about the escalating challenges in the South China Sea, and in recent months, including developments as recent as November 2025, we have witnessed continued tensions in the South China Sea. And these actions not only undermine regional stability, but also threaten the livelihoods of our fish folk and the sustainability of maritime ecosystem. Vietnam has consistently protested such activities through diplomatic notes, emphasizing that they violate international law and the sovereign rights of coastal states. Our policy in South China Sea is clear and unwavering. We advocate for peaceful resolution of disputes in accordance with international law, particularly the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Vietnam rejects expensive claims that lack legal basis and support freedom of navigation and overfly for nations. At the same time, we pursue a balanced approach of cooperation and struggle, engaging in dialogue while firmly defending our sovereignty and maritime rights. And I think those policies are very important in aligning with other countries in enhancing mutual understanding and mutual trust, then paving the way for specific cooperation in a lot of areas, including the areas that we are discussing today. This forum focus on community-based monitoring aligns perfectly with Vietnam's initiative to enhance maritime domain awareness. In Vietnam, we have implemented the Integrated Coastal Management Program, the ICM program, which empowers local communities and fish folk to monitor maritime resources and report illegal activities. For instance, through partnerships with organizations like the Center for Marine Life Conservation and Community Development, the MCD for short, we conduct training on marine debris assessment and monitoring protocols, enabling coastal residents to use simple tools like applications and cameras for real-time reporting. Our fish folk networks in certain provinces have been instrumental in detecting encroachment, contributing to national databases that inform policy decisions. And I must say that in the time to come, I think that the integration and synchronization of those databases is very essential for the maritime domain awareness, as well as for the international cooperation, either between Vietnam, the Philippines, or among ASEAN countries, or between ASEAN countries and the international communities, especially with the country with advanced technologies like New Zealand, Australia, the US, and European countries as well. Moreover, Vietnam is advancing technology-driven MDA. We have deployed medium-range maritime radars and collaborated with international partners, including Australia and other countries, to utilize satellite imagery for tracking developments in disputed areas. These efforts not only protect our EEZ, but also foster resilience against climate change impacts, such as rising sea level, affecting over 300,000 Vietnamese fish folk, a figure which I believe similar to the Philippines. In terms of regional governance, Vietnam values strategic partnerships to build collective responses. Our cooperation with the Philippines, exemplified by the 2024 agreements on Coast Guard collaboration and incident prevention at sea, demonstrated how claimants can work together without prejudice to territorial claims. We also have conducted joint patrol in the Gulf of Tonkin and established hotlines for fishing incidents. Within ASEAN, Vietnam supports expediting the code of conduct negotiations, aiming for an early completion to establish norms and to promote sustainable fisheries. Solidarity across the region is key to strengthen local resilience by sharing best practices from community training to data sharing platforms, we can counter share threats and ensure the sea remains a source of prosperity, not conflict. Vietnam stands ready to collaborate with the Philippines, Indonesia, Australia, New Zealand, and others to empower our communities and uphold international law. Thank you so much, and I look forward to our continued discussion.
Thank you, Ambassador Lai, for that comprehensive overview of Vietnam's approach to maritime security. Okay, and that brings me to our open forum, which is, of course, an opportunity to further explore regional cooperation, shared maritime challenges, and pathways to strengthen collective resilience across the Indo-Pacific. And with that, let me call back on stage our distinguished diplomats, Ambassador Mark Innes-Brown, Ambassador Catherine McIntosh, and Ambassador Lai Tai Bin. To guide us in this portion, we have Don McLean Gill, a non-resident fellow of the Strat-based Institute, a lecturer from the De La Salle University's Department of International Studies, and a dear friend of mine. Come on up, Don.
Can't do this alone. Great to see you. No, after you. After see you. All right, thank you for that introduction, Reg. And of course, a great thank you to Professor Manhit, Stratbase, and all the partnering organizations for this very important discussion. Now, the last panel really reflects on the best practices, shared experiences, and of course, highlighting the very interconnected nature of the Indo-Pacific, as we call it. But unfortunately, on some occasions, we don't really see much of that connectivity in our own national discourses. So therefore, I'd like to bring out that connectivity in our discussion here today. And the first question would actually be for Ambassador Mark Innes-Brown and Ambassador McIntosh. And Ambassador McIntosh, I'm very glad that you've mentioned about the South Pacific, the Pacific Island nations. That is a sub-region of the Indo-Pacific, very close to the Western Pacific, not as much talked about in this part of the world, but equally important because of the shared experiences, security threats, disruptions, and expansionist tendencies there. And if you look at the South Pacific, Australia and New Zealand play pivotal roles in maintaining the peace and stability of that sub-region. If you look at Australia, it is often a top responder to many of the maritime security threats, traditional and non-traditional. It is also a top provider of aid and assistance on every aspect of maritime security, and so is New Zealand. And if I'm not mistaken, Ambassador, there is a recent deal of over $50 million to sustain the fisheries of these Pacific Island nations. Now, my question to you both, Excellencies, would be that, would you be able to emulate some models that you have applied in the South Pacific region to this part of the world? And what do you see are the opportunities in seeing that linkage with your partnership with the Philippines? Ambassador McIntosh and Ambassador Mark.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, you're happy for me to go first? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So as you said, the Pacific is part of the Indo-Pacific. It's part of that broader region. And so many of the initiatives I highlighted today, I think have huge resonance in the wider region where we commonly tackle shared challenges. And one thing I would say is sort of the principles behind what I said was promote interoperability, ensure that our maritime systems can actually talk to each other and share data. So I mentioned IORS, that is actually connecting more than 50 countries in real-time coordination. And secondly, I'd say prioritize community resilience. I talked about our Pacific Maritime Security or Safety Program, but I was also struck this morning by Secretary Centino's comments around the community-based initiatives. So there's clear opportunities and alignment there. And thirdly, I would say, reflecting a bit more on the previous session, that it's important that we link maritime security with sustainability, because healthy oceans means greater livelihood opportunities. And then all of this should be underpinned by that commitment to the rule-based order through the fundamental nature of UNCLOS.
Thank you, Ambassador Brown.
Thanks. Yeah, I think there are certain similarities between the two regions, but also, I guess, some differences. The similarities are both regions are facing challenges from the overexploitation, often illegal exploitation of fish. They both face climate change and other challenges such as that. With the Pacific, as you noted, we do provide a lot of support. We have a separate, I was speaking earlier about some of the programs we're undertaking in the region, but also the Philippines. But we also have a similar major program with the Pacific region, which is called the Pacific Maritime Security Program. And it's a 30-year program, and the current budget for it is $2 billion, which shows the sort of extent of our commitment. But there are similar things for the Pacific, which is probably somewhat different to Southeast Asia region. It's climate change is really an existential threat to our Pacific partners, and that's a key focus of our assistance for the region. And the other probably difference is that the maritime boundaries are less disputed in the Pacific compared to, as we know, in the South China Sea. So, and for at least from our vantage point, there are a few instances of countries undertaking activities that are provocative or destabilizing, which of course is a pervasive feature of what's happening in the South China Sea. So we try and adapt our programs for the different regions. There is obviously overlap, and there is some connective tissue. For instance, countries in both regions are members of the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, which is obviously an agency that's designed to try and resolve overlapping issues. So I think that's probably what I'd have to say on all of that.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ambassador Markins Brown. Now, I'll move on to you, Ambassador Laitebin. It's very good to see you again, sir. Now, Vietnam holds a very special place in the Philippines' security consciousness. Vietnam is the only Southeast Asian strategic partner of the Philippines, which shows us the depth, scope, and long-term prospects of the partnership. When it comes to humanitarian assistance, when it comes to the preservation of our shared waters, the fisheries, we see that there's a lot of goodwill between and among our fisherfolk. On many occasions, we see them helping one another throughout the difficult times, along with our Coast Guards. And we have seen two very important Coast Guard exercises on the non-traditional security front in building up confidence building and humanitarian assistance response. So, Ambassador, what I wanted to say is, where do we go from here? How do you see Vietnam leveraging its continued elevation of ties with the Philippines in the maritime domain to address the common issues that we had?
Thank you very much for the interesting and difficult questions. And you know, actually, I think that when we talk about the South China Sea and for the seas and ocean in general, we are referring to the global common, which is facing a lot of challenges, not only to Vietnam and the Philippines, but also to other countries as well, New Zealand, Australia. You know, the marine plastic waste is a global phenomenon, and all of the nations are suffering from such challenges and many other things as well. IUU fishing, marine environmental degradation, you know, especially after the COVID-19, we found out that a lot of coral reef in Vietnam and elsewhere died, without any specific reason, and it is not a very rare, phenomenon, but it's quite popular in some seas within the region and elsewhere in other regions. So there's a huge demand for enhancing international cooperation with the sea and ocean issues, not only in the South China Sea, but within our region. I think that Vietnam and the Philippines are doing very well, working with each other very closely to enhance, mutual understanding and to promote specific initiative. And I must say that we have a regular exchange of information and delegation from not only Coast Guard, but also, other delegation from both sides to visit each other, and we coordinate closely at international and regional forums. And I hope that, in the time to come, we can further promote, like a lot of other initiatives, including the maritime scientific research or fishery management, not mentioning the HIDR, we are doing very well with each other. Recently, I also received a lot of, thanks from both sides for not only the Coast Guard, but also with the our nationals helping each other during the storms and typhoon, and the fishermen from both sides receive a lot of support from communities and from the local and the central government officials. Yeah, and I hope that we continue those efforts while expanding to other new initiatives to help each other in the South China Sea.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. That was very optimistic, and in fact, something we look forward to as well here in the Philippines. Now, Ambassador Mark, I'd like to jump back to you, sir, and take a little bit from the excellent discussion that you've made earlier on. You talked about the trajectory of the Philippine-Australia strategic partnership. In fact, Australia is one of our traditional partners that has, stood by us from our internal security perspective to the more territorial defense-oriented security perspective as well. And as you've rightfully mentioned, we have seen a lot of activities, a lot of MCAs, bilateral and within minilaterals and multilateral frameworks. And of course, along with that, we see that it doesn't stop here. Based on the emerging threats that we both face, I just want to ask very clearly, Ambassador, again, similar to Ambassador Lai Tai Bin's question, where do you envision the partnership to head towards as we are faced with a lot of uncertainties in the Indo-Pacific?
Well, I think the Australia-Philippines relationship is going from strength to strength, particularly in the defence area, but not solely there. As I mentioned in my remarks, we committed in August to developing an enhanced defence cooperation agreement, and a key feature of that will be maritime cooperation activities. We obviously do a lot now, but we'll be doing more. In fact, we have a program that's worth about $10 million a year, which is just solely implemented by the Australian Defence Force here in conjunction with the Philippines. So I think the outlook is it's very bright. We're also, not just bilaterally, we're also working with partners, and we were pleased again in Kuala Lumpur just the other day to have another meeting of the 4 countries, Australia, the Philippines, Japan, and the United States, to talk about shared interests and shared challenges in the region. And there's a commitment, obviously, to work together and do cooperative activities to promote regional stability and uphold international law, including the freedom of navigation and the freedom of overflight, those key principles that underpin commerce for all of us. So there'll be more of that, I'm sure. And we're also working with some other partners in the Quad context on maritime domain awareness as well. So certainly a focus of our engagement here.
Excellent. Thank you, Ambassador Brown. And I'd like to head next to Ambassador McIntosh. We have the VFA between the Philippines and Vietnam, and New Zealand. We have mentioned a lot of important initiatives that are to happen as well. could we expect more of these activities in the mid to long term? And do you think that we will be able to sustain the level of activities that we are likely to envision in the next few months and years?
Thank you. Well, you mentioned the Status of Visiting Forces Agreement, which is a key achievement under our Uplifter Comprehensive Partnership. And actually, about a month ago, we had a goodwill visit of His Majesty's New Zealand ship Aotearoa. And it was last here 2 years prior. And so much has happened in those 2 years. We signed a mutual logistics supporting arrangement, the Status of Visiting Forces Agreement, which together provides the architecture we need to take our bilateral cooperation in the defence, security, and maritime areas to the next level. It improves that interoperability of our defence forces so we can respond to urgent needs like humanitarian response to disasters and do joint training, and it's really a two-way win-win. We also had the inaugural Maritime dialogue, which I just mentioned, through which there are follow-up actions ongoing. And there has been the visit of our Defence Minister in April. So there's a lot as we look forward to the 60th anniversary of diplomatic relations next year that we are steadily achieving together. And shortly we'll be announcing a roadmap that outlines the 4 pillars of our comprehensive partnership across defence and security, political engagements, trade and climate, and those strong people-to-people connections that continue to drive our bilateral relationship forward.
Wonderful, and we truly look forward to these developments as we go on, Ambassador. Now, I'd like to go back to Ambassador Lai Tai Bin. Sir, Vietnam and the Philippines, immediate neighbors, stakeholders of ASEAN, and of course, protectors of the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, and of course, a more recent framework for the Indo-Pacific, the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. How do you see Vietnam and the Philippines work towards the goal of keeping these frameworks intact amidst the growing uncertainties and the challenges in the maritime domain, sir? And just one last question. Hopefully, if the Philippines, under its chairmanship, would seek to emulate the Indonesian model of an intra-ASEAN maritime exercise, would we count on Vietnam's support in supporting that initiative as well?
Thank you for the question. Difficult question again. Vietnam and the Philippines, as ASEAN member states, we are working closely together toward, promoting ASEAN values and building ASEAN communities and remain ASEAN centralities in the international integration of the region and of the ASEAN member states. And I fully understand that Vietnam and the Philippines are working hard in order to promote the COC for early completion and, trying to promote the substantive COC with binding rules on self-restraint, incident management, and UNCLOS compliance, which is very important in promoting the framework for further development and cooperation in the region. And I also hope that Vietnam and the Philippines, as well as other regional countries, can form certain technical working groups in order to promote the implementation of the COC and other frameworks in the region, while seeking further support from the international community, especially with the resources, including finance, technologies, and other product research from the international community. Therefore, we can enhance sustainable cooperation within the region and between the region and the international community. And for the MCA, MCA, yes, why we are very firm on the on our policy principles, especially the 4 no's, which I mentioned in the speech. Vietnam is open to all options to enhance cooperation with other countries, especially with ASEAN countries. And I believe that we are carefully considering all kinds of cooperation, including the exercises with other ASEAN member states, especially the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. This is definitely something, again, to look forward to, seeing the partnership evolve into one that has become a fulcrum within ASEAN. And before I go any further, I'd just like to ask would we have time for questions? Or we do have time for questions. So, but before I head to the questions, one huge round of applause first for the excellencies in providing a very important discussion here today. And we probably have time for one round of questions, so we'll probably get a few. Does anyone have any questions to ask? And we could collect them, and we could take it from there. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for the great presentations and discussions. I thought I would ask a question about science because I think it's a great opportunity for collaboration and understanding. So I thought maybe each of the panelists could sort of highlight ways in which your nations may collaborate with the Philippines and other partners in understanding the West Philippine Sea or the greater South China Sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions in the room? Going once, going twice. I think we're good on that one question. I think that's a very important question as well. A good conversation ender as well. So I'll probably pass the question to Ambassador Lai, and we could take it from that direction. The question, I believe, is that how do we see your individual countries take part in a more holistic effort in working with the Philippines in areas of science and overarching maritime cooperation? Ambassador.
So, as I said before, international laws and regional agreements are very important to any specific cooperation in the South China Sea. So, of course, I think that Vietnam and the Philippines should put higher priority in promoting international laws, norms, and regional agreements related to the sea here. But I think that it will pave the way for specific cooperation, and I think that there are two areas that should attract more attention and substantive cooperation between Vietnam and the Philippines, which are the low-hanging fruits of cooperation in non-sensitive areas, such as the, like I said before, the fishery management, ecosystem preservation, or marine scientific research. And the second area that should attract more our attention and cooperation is the capacity building. And like MDA platform of exchange information and joint patrol in order to understand more and protect our seas more effectively. Yeah, of course, with international support from the international community.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador McIntosh?
Well, I'd like to address this question from the perspective of ASEAN. And as the second oldest dialogue partner with ASEAN, we celebrated 50 years this year. And there was the elevation to a comprehensive strategic partnership between New Zealand and ASEAN. And thank you so much to Vietnam for your steadfast support. And with that architecture, there is the commitment from New Zealand towards regional maritime cooperation that is articulated in both our comprehensive strategic partnership vision statement and also the new plan of action that is being developed. And a couple of areas across those two documents come to mind. One is in terms of New Zealand working with ASEAN on its blue economy work. And secondly is around combating threats to maritime security, including the adverse impacts of pollution, ocean acidification, marine debris, and then IUU fishing, which are all strong in their environmental impacts and require very much a scientific, evidence-based approach. So New Zealand looks forward to collaborating with ASEAN in these areas.
Fantastic. And Ambassador Brown?
Thanks. Yeah, science is certainly part of our collaboration on maritime issues. For instance, on coral reef restoration, it's a challenge we face in Australia, and through our scientific organisation, CSIRO, we're working with the relevant government agencies here on a program of coral reef restoration. Another area we're doing it is in the policy domain. Just last year, we had a group of about 25 officials involved in policy in this area, and maritime preservation, maritime policy, conservation, go down to Australia under a dedicated scholarship program, and we hope to do that again next year. So certainly we're sort of doing things at different levels, but there's a technical, scientific part of it and also a policy dimension to it. And, we're obviously focused on trying to enhance the capacity of relevant agencies here on shared issues.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And that pretty much closes it on a very positive and a very powerful note. There's a lot to look forward to, particularly in this space, and having the Philippines key partners on one stage is definitely something significant. So with that, I'd like to thank Ambassador Laitay Bin, Ambassador McIntosh, Ambassador Brown for taking time to express their views, and thank you all. Please give Her Excellencies a huge round of applause.
Please stay on stage. If I could just invite Professors
All right,
Manhit
we got our
and
own group photo
Armada
too.
to come back on stage for a quick photo, please. Thank you for that fantastic discussion. Nice try in the code of conduct, Don.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you once again to all of our panelists and the diplomatic community and participants for today's engaging discussions. To formally close our program and reflect on the key insights shared throughout the day, I'm going to call on once again Professor Nigel Armada, Chief of Party of the Fish Right Program, to deliver the closing remarks.
Yeah. So I'm really losing my voice, so this will be short, really short. This may be a closing for this event, but for us at Fish Right, this is another beginning of sometimes simple, but at times, quite often, complex work that lies ahead. We will pick up from the many ideas that came out today. But just for that, so allow me to thank the diplomatic community, the various sectors who joined us today, and especially our Palawan and Zambales fishers, who have always been at the forefront, if not at the front line. A big shout out to Prof. Dindo Manhit and his team, who kept us on our toes, but skillfully guided us along the way. This is also a wonderful journey for me and my Fish Right team. The idea of having our program be featured in Stratbase was already overwhelming, but we did it. And lastly, as I mentioned earlier, Fish Right remains committed to supporting this journey, grounded in technology, shaped by our community, and strengthened through genuine partnership. Maraming salamat at maraming magandang hapon.
Thank you, Professor Amada, for that inspiring closing remarks. And that concludes today's Eyes on the Sea program. Thank you to all our speakers, partners, and participants for your insights and active engagement. And today highlighted the importance of collaboration across communities, institutions, government, countries in strengthening maritime domain awareness and protecting the West Philippine Sea. Again, as we heard repeatedly throughout the day, it's all about a whole of society approach. We all have a role to play, and I hope you keep the conversations going. We appreciate your time and contributions. Again, my name is Regina Lay. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a pleasant afternoon.